Clearly, there's only 8 slots. We say goodbye to those bottom 8 teams, and for the top 8, they enter the grand final.
We've seen good comebacks in PUBG history.
It allows you to go into the grand final, of course, to play for 4 nights to see how much further you can go. Behind you, how Smell gets the kill on the bottom blue. DK looking to get another win. Good shot from Raze. Gonna get the second one again. Raze into the top 5 with 52 points. That's right from Destroy. That is clean with the ace. Jervis, I think, might get stolen unless Midnight can finish him off with an 8. And there goes P. Man9 gets 3 or 4. They're all taking turns. Darwin's getting flushed. Tambu, 9 HP. Will he go for the repeat? Shinosuke loses. My God. Tambu with the 3-man clutch.
You need to get this done. That's good defense. Nan tried to push up. It's over. GG. Shanks, you surely have this. And he's got it.
We started off with an absolute banger, had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's 1. That's 2 there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza, it's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant, Brain spotted, top 4. They've seen him. He gets the knock on the Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam!
It is grand final time here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Down to 16 remaining teams, the best from Asia to battle it out, Russell, and it is going to be a hot lobby. 16 teams from where we started at 24. It's been a journey, a long journey to get here. We've had a bit of a break, of course, from the LCQ and the group stage before that, and we'll go to the tournament explainer for those that did miss the first week of action, and it was action-packed.
It was absolutely action-packed. I feel like every time we get APAC together in a lobby like this, we get an insane amount of action. But yeah, you're right. From the 24 teams from last year, to be honest with you, through all the qualifications they had to go through to get to this point, we're now down to the grand finals. There's no more silliness with top 8, top or bottom 8, nothing like that. It's very simple. Where you place is where you come.
Yep, as we go to the grand finals, 16 teams, which means 4 days of action, and what they are fighting for is the money. The prize pool here, $100,000 USD. By making grand finals, Russell, 2,000 guaranteed, but now an opportunity to start scaling up this sort of little leaderboard of money.
Yeah, and exactly. And if you come bottom 5 or something like that, bottom 6, you know, with the time that there's 6 games remaining, it's actually really doable to bump that number up to 3K and launch yourself into that 11th spot. Yeah, as I said, even if you're on the last day making that last stand, it's still very, very doable.
Certainly will be. It's been so far a very fun tournament with lots of action. We'll go to some of the highlights of the last day of the Last Chance qualifiers for what had probably just about all of the action that we were hoping for. It was a race, not a marathon, very much a sprint down to those final 6 games. There was only 12 in total, Russell, for the Last Chance quals. Now, the leaderboard here in this highlight package, it doesn't shift all that much. The biggest thing to note is really day trade. Again, not really bringing bringing their best. They did make a little comeback. It was interesting going into the final game, but they did leave it too little too late.
Too little, too late. This is also the day we got that. I don't know whether we ever confirmed whether it was a record or not on this Miramar game specifically that ended at like 22 minutes and 50 seconds or something like that. But yeah, it seemed like on this day we got everything you could want out of a PUBG tournament. There were multiple clutches to account for. We had Riz's one on Tego as well. This one as well, Tanvu on top of the roof. An excellent 1v3 that I broke down. Came down to the reses in my opinion. But yeah, a lot of action. And of course it came down to the wire too. It was honestly devastating for Day Trade to get to that point, get so close, and then have to leave Yasnaya as they did, and just kind of get ripped apart in the field.
Yeah, Armory Gaming was the team that they were trying to displace by the end of it, though. Armory Gaming stormed home in that final game to cement themselves a spot in the final 16, and stormed home with some big points, 16 kills and third place as well in that final game, Russell. So when the game was on the line, when they had Day Trade sort of trying to get into that final 16 that we see here on the screen, Armory Gaming popped off. It was Newhouse on 75 points. That way the final team in the cutoff, and it does mean that every single team from Vietnam that entered this tournament is in the final 16. There's only one team from Thailand that entered this tournament and missed out. That's Day Trade. Rest of SCA, both of the Australian teams are through. We've lost a lot of, I guess you could say, many different regions, and what makes really APAC so special when you think about Taiwan, Japan, you think about the Philippines, Indonesia. Unfortunately, all of those regions are practically gone, Russell. So it kind of now comes down to the big guns of APAC, doesn't it, going into the grand final. A couple of the teams that we want to touch on, we'll go to Teratom 5 first, and really for our head-to-head tonight, it really is kind of winding back to the top, the best of the best here for APAC. Teratom 5 from Thailand. Now, they didn't finish first back in the group stage, missed out by 3 points to Buriram United, but they had the best overall night in the group stage, 70 points for their night one performance. Now only matched actually by then Q confirmed on their day 3, but this is a team, Russell, that I think has the expectations of going into the grand final and being a team that can, for some, maybe should win this tournament.
Yeah, it's a close lobby, don't get me wrong, it's incredibly stacked, but Teratom 5, along with a couple of the teams we'll look at in just a second here, are the favorites. And I don't want to talk about favorites right now, everything could change when we go into the actual games, but you look at T5 and you go, yeah, they're one of the favorites, not only because of their group stage performance, but because of the players on their team and because of their history as well.
Yep, we'll go to Cerberus. No surprise there for our second team. Now, a little bit of a different story for them, Russell. They had a very dramatically poor night one. No high mass on that opening night. They had Huang Long, who has stayed in this team. And even on night 2, that's when we saw Cerberus at their best. 61 points on that day 3 back in the group stage. It got them in just barely. 8th placed, only the 12 points above Armory Gaming, who of course now find themselves in anyway. But a team that has just so much potential and a really solid core 5 as well, depending on what lineup they put out. Haisaki obviously had the night off for their second night of the group. It was High Mass that missed the first night. Clearly see by not having High Mass how much of a difference it was for Cerberus. So if they can keep him in the roster going into the grand final, they certainly are going to be a threat. As we just quickly go over to the map order for tonight's proceedings, and I guess the nights to come. Erangel into Tango, into Vikendi, into Miramar. Same old, same old.
Same old, same old. Nothing's going to change. And again, this is not something that these players or we even have to worry about. Very standard at this point. But I guess if we are going to have a serious discussion about map order, then it would be on that final night. We would go, okay, we would look at the teams that have been performing well on certain maps and stack them up against whether they need momentum or what their comfort picks are. Generally, like we've said in the past, it's Erangel, but we're not at that stage yet. We can get into the nitty-gritty of the map rotation later on, but we've got to get through the first 3 nights of games before we do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing to know. I mean, I'm glad you kind of touched on it, but it's 4 nights overall for this grand final for those unfamiliar. So obviously, when you go back to the group stage and you go back to the last chance quals, for those stages respectively, it was 2 nights. Now, obviously, we had 3 overall for the groups, but for the teams and the players, they only had the 2 nights for both. So 12 games and then 12 games. Now it goes up to 24. So things do change a little bit. And this is where, you know, mentality is such an important factor. Sometimes you can start a little slow, and on a 12-game tournament system, it's probably too much. 24 games though, and you can get a little buffer. Now I'm not sitting here saying, Russell, come out night one and put up 1 point like a day trade, because you can see what ends up happening. And all of these top teams will go and collect their points. But you could do like a Cerberus, for example. You go 25 points night one, but then 61, and then suddenly you're only 30 points behind 2 nights to go. That's a little bit more achievable, I guess, in a grand final atmosphere. As we do begin map 1, game 1 of the grand final. The best 16 teams currently for Asia Pacific in PUBG to do battle. It is going to be the Eastern playing path. That's going to probably a little bit annoying for those over towards Gakko and Primorsk, but you can always drop down and get vehicles. This is a marathon, not a sprint. 24 games of action.
Yeah, it's the leaderboard is going to look, I mean, you can throw it into an AI system. You can put the 24 games together, simulate it as much as you want, but it will never be able to account for the emotion. It'll never be able to account for the momentum. It'll never be able to account for strategy changes. And so all of that's going to go into play here in the 24 games. It's going to be fantastic. But I think you're kind of right. I think you touched on it a little bit. This leaderboard is going to have some big gaps when we get to the final night. Generally, when you play multiple games or a lot of games in a PUBG tournament, there are a few teams that will just run away with it. There are gaps between, say, 5th and 8th. That could be a 100-point gap, depending on how many games you play. There are going to be a lot of gaps. And I think for those teams that are going to end up in the bottom, it's just about being incredibly consistent. 24, you said it, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Just get your points per game. Make sure that by the time the final night comes around, you're in a position to gun for whatever place that you deem is realistic, maybe first for some of these teams, and then send it from there. Yeah, it is absolutely a marathon.
As I was saying before, we've lost a bit of variety, unfortunately, from this tournament. And one of the teams that does offer some variety is Savage Men Esports. We had them on our screen earlier, of course. Made it through from the group stage, Russell. So slight mainly from Taiwan, but obviously Sophia Payne is from Malaysia. But I think a team that clearly showed that they've got capabilities to mix it with the best, and they were very consistent too, without going anything too crazy. 42 points, 50 points for their 2 nights in the group stage, so they were able to handle both lobbies quite well. Definitely a team to kind of keep an eye out for. We all know this is stacked in terms of Thailand, in terms of Vietnam. So at least one team from Taiwan. You obviously got Fury, Exoclan, we just saw on our screen, both from Australia. And that's it. And like, that's, I can't believe it. For an APAC tournament, you've basically got 2 teams from Australia, 1 from Taiwan. Everyone else in this final 16 is Thailand and Vietnam. And that's not really all that surprising when you think about how dominant these 2 regions have been for so long, and they just keep getting better. And to be completely blunt, Vietnam and Thailand are the 2 regions, Russell, that continue to do well at big events such as PGC. They're the ones that are really, you know, bridging that gap to your Europes and your Asias, for example.
Yeah, if you doubted the gap between Vietnam and Thailand and the rest of the APAC region, then this Grand Finals lobby should put that to rest. You have those 2 Australian teams who, I mean, they're experienced. They know what they're doing, and they know how to get through lobbies like these. And obviously, on that Fury roster, you have incredibly strong players. On that EXO roster, you have Insight, who has IGL'd in the APAC region for years at this point. And then obviously X-Men. Yeah, I mean, they're the outlier, but they have been incredibly consistent. It's been fun to watch them, actually. I don't know whether this is a full, solid roster going forward, like a few of these teams in this lobby, but if it is, I'm all here for it. They've got Lin as well, a very storied Chinese player from the old infantry roster, so I'm here for it if it's going to stay.
Yeah, we'll have to see. First game, obviously not too much really happening at the moment. Fury all the way down towards the mill base, as we can see Sneak Attack kind of just chill. I'm not actually sure what's happening there at the moment, if they're just, I don't know, chilling out, lagging. I honestly, it looked a little bit strange. Maybe just sorting inventory. But as we do head back up, we haven't really touched on first Circle and the ramifications of it. Eastern Circle, we actually already have a pick-up transport as well for the expendables coming out of Pachinki, so they can kind of get in towards this phase 1 a little bit earlier, try and get some good position. But Eastern Circle's fun on Erangel. I'm always a little bit more preference and partial to them versus the Gatka fields over towards the western side. But clearly not much happening as of right now. And, you know, kind of bringing it back to really the tournament as a whole, we've taken about a week off. So and for these teams that qualified from the group stage, it's been more like a week and a half off. So there might be a little bit of that. I don't want to say rust, but probably close to rust to just kind of brush off the cobwebs a little bit. All right, get back into it. It's been a week and a half. There's that tournament flow that you kind of get into as a player just wouldn't be there here for the first game. It might be a little bit more quiet than what we usually saw last week.
Yeah, I think it probably will be. I mean, look, these guys have also had a week to study if they wanted to go over every other team that drops near them or that they think they're going to compete with. They've had that opportunity to do that as well, which could then also lead to more kind of measured play. You'll see a team that has studied a team around them probably avoid that team unless they think they can get something cheeky done, something like that. So I agree with you. I think at least for these first few games, it's just going to be a tester. I feel like you don't want to start the tournament. In fact, I don't feel like I know that you don't want to start the tournament off losing members because you want to get a feel for the lobby as much as you can. And the best way to do that is to keep as many players alive, play your standard game, and see how your standard game plays out in a lobby like this. It's going to change lobby to lobby. If you're an edge team, you got to figure out how viable that play is. Same if you're a central team. If the center of the circle is going to be consistently stacked because every other team around you wants to play center, then you might have to adjust, and you need to keep those 4 players alive to be able to figure that out in the first place.
Yeah, I think getting a feel for the lobby is super important early on, especially when it's going to be 24 games, and we kind of talk about it being a marathon, not a sprint. You don't really need to just rush out the door and just kind of worry too much about yourself for the first 4, 5, 6 games, because then that's pretty much half the tournament. You really do need to understand this lobby and sort of figure out the personalities of all of these teams, the ones that are dropping around you. Obviously, these teams have already coordinated the drop spots. As we go over to what could be the first fight, we saw Kane in the kill feed, did pick up a knock here as we head over towards Nordra, leading the front line for Buriram United, who topped the group stage. Coming into this, yes, they weren't highlighted, but they did pick up the most amount of points. So he's got to be very careful, Nordra, too, finding a good little angle. Destroy did get taken quite low from that barrel of Nordra as Unicorn Cyber just able to kind of put up the defensive smokes here, block off a lot of these lines of sight, which you can clearly see from Edie's perspective now. He hasn't got as much to look at, but he's a little higher. He's got a sharper angle, and Destroy gets knocked.
Yeah, I don't know if Unicorn Cyber want to take this fight. This is not a central position. This is not a spot that's going to get you too much, especially if you're Unicorn Cyber. Buriram have so much control here, but Buriram are committing. I think they realize that they have Unicorn Cyber on the back ropes. Nordra's up close. They can use those rocks to get these alternate angles, and Unicorn Cyber can't do anything about it. Stuck behind the car. Edie has to get this kill. It's going to open it up a lot more, but who that's there for the cut? Interesting.
Yeah, it really did. And I don't know, Edie so far away. The others are kind of playing that Overwatch position. No. Nordra also peeks the rocks, and Destroy gets a second knock. They'll get the flushes too. So a very aggressive Buriram United, maybe feeling they could play that high ground, peeking down, could push onto Unicorn, lose 2 just like that. And that's the issue with the fight on the rocks over towards Prison. There's so many different little angles you can hide in and peek from. And Unicorn Cyber, they just didn't get overwhelmed. Thought they played that really well with the smokes. They understood Can had real high ground. So what do? You kind of just fall back a little bit, play the rocks. Don't allow him to get as involved in the fight, throw the smokes off. If they want to then push, they're going to be then out of position, get punished. And it's a nice double kill for Unicorn Cyber and for Buriram, not the way that they would have wanted to start this tournament.
I think Buriram was so confident there, not only because they had Khan on that high ground, but because this is not a spot that many people are going to be traversing at this stage in the game. This is an off-center spot, close to the edge, and so Buriram are probably thinking, okay, this is an isolated fight that we can take, and we have the high ground. Generally, that means good things in a PUBG fight like that, but they can't convert it. And I think it probably is a false sense of confidence. If Khan's got that high ground, as the 3 players pushing up close, you're thinking, okay, my teammate's got my back. But as soon as you go lower than what Khan can see, then that false sense of confidence comes to bite you in the back, and you realize that now you're taking isolated 1v1s, your teammates can't do anything to help you, and while you had those good off angles, you just, you weren't in the line of sights of your teammates.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well, but it is only game 1. A good start for Unicorn Cyber, obviously from Vietnam, and a team that were able to qualify from the last chance. Finished in 3rd, 110 points. Had a couple of wins, couple of second places, so they know how to frag. They also know how to get those placement points. A really good, even mixed team for Unicorn Cyber, so more than capable of being able to hold their own. 4th place back in the Vietnam series of fall, so clearly up there with the best of them from already a region that is so strong. As we see Theraton 5 take the pickup system, get away from here. Q confirm, team that had a really solid performance to close out their second night of the group stage, 70 points, tying the team that they were just shooting at, Theraton 5. So 2 teams from Thailand. And that's where it's really difficult to kind of split these top teams from Thailand, top teams from Vietnam. They've both got good qualities, maybe in different areas at times. I feel like maybe Thailand can be that sort of real high peak, whereas Vietnam can find that consistency. What's interesting about it is we actually get Duck Juice and Thanatol to maybe take a little exchange. We'll come back to that one. Thanatol already knocked. Hatsawar trying to just chase him down the stairway. They lose Rossiter Jr. as well. Darwin with the org. Duck Juice did get knocked down. 777 outside of the window. Thought he had good position to just spray in, but he gets knocked as well. This one's just kicked off because of that pickup system from Theraton 5. Nade is strong, but it doesn't get the knock, and Pathampong wants to just throw one over. Underarm nade out through the window without really much of a thought. Blue Zone nade as well, and Tanvu to try and slash this one in, bounce it off the wall. Pathampong's getting away as they try and now throw out the smokes to keep 777 alive. And then you see from the south at Cerberus, they are seeing what's happening here. May elect to push on this. I don't think they've got the full 4, or at least don't want to make the push over to the compound as Pathampong with that nade gets the knock onto Dalwin, and Tanvu should be able to get the revive on a 777. And there is Cerberus lurking in the distance.
Yeah. Cerberus as well as NGE on the north as well, although they're finding it hard. They're on top of that hill getting shot at from multiple angles. Another great nade from T5. This completely threw TE's plan out of the water. They thought they were probably set up in this compound, incredibly fortified, and then from the sky came TE. Cerberus is trying their best to get angles, but all the fights that are happening inside this compound are happening inside buildings, and it's just nades being thrown. The only rifle knocks we saw were at the very beginning. More nades, Molotovs this time. The Panzerfaust is being brought out. Finally, another rifle spray comes out, and TE cleaned it up. Sorry, T5 cleaned it up. TE are caught completely off guard by that. T5 on top of the roof, yep, down the stairs, chasing him, desperately wanted that kill. And Cerberus and I think NGE as well are probably going to be a bit disappointed they didn't get anything from that.
Cerberus makes probably the right play and elect to not push over to that compound. Didn't have all of the information. A lot of smokes were up as well. So Aussie just playing the ball. Very aggressive position. A little slow start, but now trickle of action to begin here for game number 1. T5 benefiting the most, and obviously the Expendables, well, the least, although long way to go for this grand final.
Yep.
Obviously, the Expendables, a team that have been really hit and miss this tournament. Russell, you go back to their group stage, 39 points, 31 points, without really doing a whole lot. Obviously missed out. Nice shot from Leo. Coming to the X-Man here without pain. Losing his life to you, Dirt. So this is just all defense right now for Leo. Jump out of the window on the backside. No one really watching. Although if he times this, he might be able to get one. Just sits inside of the smoke for now, but on the other side of it, Long K. Tarnish finds a double, though. That's a decent nade. Needed to get something to try and maybe stem the tide. Savage Men Esports, but they lose Upchen as well in that same moment. And for a team that did so well in fighting back in the group stage, just losing too many too early. And Tarnish is now completely outnumbered, outgunned, and has been spotted by Thunders on the backside. It's Purple Mood. He has to run back.
Oh, you get out of there. That nade would have been the alleviation of pressure as well. If Leo hadn't gone down, if Upchen hadn't lost his life as well, that nade would have probably saved X-Men here, or at least given them a lifeline in this fight. But it was too little too late. Again, Lin is tarnished, by the way, if you didn't know. Yeah, I mean, he threw that nade where he thought they would have breached from, or where he knew they breached from, and kind of just got lucky with that car explosion. 2 players close by to that, and it devastated me as I looked up and I saw Leo knocked in that top floor. I thought that was his chance to get something done. That was a lot of pressure on Newhouse. Leo could have jumped out the window or something else, taken some 1v1s himself, but he never really got that chance, and Newhouse cleaned it up.
Yep. Well, for 14 minutes in as well. Time moving a little bit quickly here. After that slow start, QC, north side of the circle, phase 3. We haven't really been able to see too much of it pop, but it has made its way down to the shelter region. RE Gaming with a 2-2 split, playing out a mansion. Very also a couple of splits. In fact, quite a lot of teams right now are utilizing that 2-2 split, trying to take as much space as possible. Phase 3 at this point, space so valuable, especially around these kind of open areas of Erangel. Petred on the move for Q confirm. And they've already got decent space. Another one of those teams that were really quite situated nicely. 2 players in the Wizzy, a couple further back of the Yats Knife field. you know, playing off for that split. If it did go north, didn't, so they go down to the south over towards the Wizzies. New Generation Esports, a team that, well, probably had the biggest impact of all back on night one of this very tournament in the group stage, Russell, when you weren't here. 37 points in the 2 games of Erenkel. Only picked up 7 more points in the 4 games after that. Eventually missed out on top 8 altogether in the group stage, but they turned it around with a very solid performance in the last chance qualifiers. Second tied for kills. They had a decent amount of placement points. In fact, overall first in the LCQ for placement points. So
yeah,
they were able to kind of turn their tournament around, and they become a threat once again. Obviously for Can and Canaxi, hard to see them being much of a threat in this opening game as a duo. 50 seconds till phase number 4. Things do slow down temporarily.
We've had so many isolated 4v4s. Like, we've had so many teams just go at it against each other, and one team has lost out. That looked very cheatery from Cal there, but a little bit of a spectator thing. Nice shot onto RXE, who were definitely a highlight in that last chance qualifiers, Vanahan especially, although they are in a very weird spot to be in a circle like this. You would think at least they'd have some sort of high ground. There's so much space on the south that they have to work with, but somehow, some way, they've ended up with all 4 players in between a 2-2 split from Fury. I don't know how that's happened. RXE obviously put themselves in this situation, and I think I've seen Fury in a spot like this not mess this up at all. It would be very hard to do so. Cal with the first opening couple knocks. Luke's going to try follow it up with an A, but instead it'll be a great headshot from that Org spray, and now it's just about finding the perfect nade, the perfect volley, or just waiting for these smokes to dissipate.
Oh, 6789 was able to get one off the sneak attack. Luke 12's got to be careful. I mean, he is still inside of the smoke, throws a nade in his direction. Flood's got the backside covered, though. Really good positioning from Flood behind the tree. Made sure that 6789 couldn't sneak out of the back, reposition, and maybe try and get a flank onto Luke. Doesn't happen. He gets the kill, 4 for Fury. And spotting into the distance is Q confirmed on the move from those Yasnaya fields, eventually out of the Wizzy Tower and on the move again. And these shots landing so nicely. Flood probably just needed one more to land to actually get the knock out of the Darkseer, but he does spot the ending location and again puts that Mark 12 to good use. Nice shots from Flood with only the 4x as well. Not easy shots, and Deraton 5 might be the ones to capitalize. They are in the vicinity of Cube confirmed, of course, with that player knocked as well, so they might be the ones to say thank you very much to Flood for hitting those nice shots.
These 3 teams all vying for space on the northwestern side of the zone here. Q confirmed stuck in that dip. Look at that minimap. Just look at that. That is a beautiful sight. If you are T5, Vanadol's going to open it up. Q confirmed have basically nothing to work with here. You can get in those cars all you want. You can try and leave, but T5's not going to let you. And if you get past T5, well, you've got multiple other teams in front of you, and of course you have Fury behind you. This is probably going to end up in a weird fight between Fury and T5. Not sure if any of them are going to commit to it, but I suppose first they have to deal with Q confirm, who for Theraton 5 might just be delaying enough time, I suppose, to let NGE get involved as well. And there's the opening knock.
Got to remember as well, for Theraton 5, fun little statistic going on for them. They've not placed outside of top 8 in any tournament since 2021. That is not essentially PGC. Yeah. So they've got another opportunity to do so here. Good start for them. Currently first place, 5 kills. Vanatol does go out, so no placement points, but you take 5 for 5. It's something, a good little start to the night. You get involved, good action. You feel good when you're hitting your shots, getting those kills. They do go out early, but the kills to show for it. Fury trying to take the spot. Look at that minimap. Completely jammed. Not even inside of the circle. Spray from Cal. Not really going to be enough. In fact, it's Van and Fap for NGE. That will benefit on a QC team. Clearly just running out of space, running out of time. They had really so much pressure from both sides, and NGE will be the benefactors there. They got to 5 kills. They'll temporarily take that top spot. 4 players alive. They can't move from here, as Fury are doing so now.
This is what I thought a couple of those teams on that side would do. Exactly what Fury's doing. Now go south, because you didn't really have any info towards the south, but you probably heard nothing. There has been no fighting on the south for multiple minutes at this point. And Fury's going to go and try to take whatever space is available there. Spoiler alert, it's not much. There isn't really much that Fury can take that isn't open or that isn't exposed to shelter at the moment. Buram is the team that was previously there, although they are moving up that quarry hill right now. Cerberus, they are out of zone. Armory Gaming, the highlighted team from the last chance qualifiers. They're in a split right now. It's 2-2. Do they group up? Do they remain greedy? Look at that south side as well. That is chaos.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the north side was the chaos. We see a couple of teams get eliminated. Everyone then rotates. So Fury, because they're playing on this edge and they're playing on the outer, they go from north side chaos now to south side chaos. But you can benefit from that by getting these kills, as they've done so far. 4 kills. But these teams that are getting the kills so far have been taken out. You look at NG, you look at T5, Newhouse, down to 2 players as well. That is the downside of obviously fighting this early on, but at least they're on the right side of these little battles. 20 minutes gone, 10 teams remain. Make it 9 as Ken will get taken out by Flood. 5 kills now for Fury. A nice easy send for Cerberus. They'll happily take this for free, just inside of the circle, but a good little safe haven for the time being, and puts them essentially now in the top 8. 9 teams on that western side, inside a compound. They'll make top 8 from here.
Yeah, I mean, Armory Gaming kind of saving Cerberus there a little bit. I think Armory probably would have got overwhelmed if Cerberus, or if they had stayed in that 2-2 split and Cerberus decided to breach them regardless. It probably wouldn't have been super great for Armory Gaming. It would have thrown them completely into disarray. They might have even tried to regroup, and Cerberus probably would have come out on top of that, just, you know, by the fact that they're the team least under pressure. EXO is under pressure. They've got a breach, and this is 4-man strong now. Armory Gaming were 2-2 before. EXO didn't take that breach. Now they've got 4 people to deal with.
Yeah, no, they must be one of the top players. Especially that final game of the final day. James gets the knock on the high command. So far defending this really well, but they did lose Dynasty, as you would expect maybe when he's playing that contact. Nice nade from Riz. Insight's low immediately into the first aid kit after that nade got thrown out. Really good aggression here from Armory Gaming. Well calculated. Akita was the anchor. He was the last man, and still will be the last man for EXO Clan. Now on the verge of being eliminated in 9th. He obviously at that point does not want to send it in towards Bunnings, makes a rotate over towards the eastern side of the circle. Fight happening though between Fury and Danko Gaming. Vinamilk with a knock on the cow, but they do get the trade through sneak attack. That would have been on the south side of the circle when we last saw Fury after their rotate from the north side. As Akita has found a little spot and might just be able to hold on, get top 8 with the way that this kill feed is lighting up. Now FW and Purple Mood. And Flood needs to get a revive, and quickly. Luke 12 to make the mad dash out of the shelter to go and help that. And there is Purple Mood's elimination. So we are into the final 8 teams for the first game of the night.
Fury surviving for a lot longer than I thought. EXO, oh, Akita, come on, just a little bit more. You've already got top 8, a couple more placements, and you'll be winning some more points. Doesn't look like it though. Down to the zone, had nowhere to hide. That hill is very fickle. Sometimes you can make it work, sometimes you can't. It's kind of a flat ground. And with your Armory Gaming or Unicorn Cyber, you've probably got eyes on that. Yeah, that south side is still stacked. Fury, that's all 4 players at 1 shelter. And I think for Fury going underneath and trying to come out in any one of these other entrances, probably not going to work, probably not the right play. I think you'd rather utilize your smokes, your utility, to try and move towards where Hwang is, try to take the fight towards Cerberus. It's not going to be easy, don't get me wrong. They're probably going to get ripped apart as they go in between FW and Cerberus as well as this. And they're doing it with no smokes, mind you. This is a play that they have to make kind of hastily, I suppose. 1 smoke down in the middle on that dirt road, but it's a bit delayed. A couple go down, and you can see Fury not surviving here at all.
Yeah, really difficult now as they go down to, what is that, 2 players currently up, 1 down. Not sure if that's going to be revivable. Blue moving soon. South side already congested with so many teams, but Cerberus have just done well to kind of pick apart on the outside. Obviously, they got this compound for free earlier on, but they haven't really, you know, kind of just sat in there and done nothing. You could see the way that they kind of went for that double push down. You got the roof play that you can use as well as that kind of like high ground that you can then provide the cover for them to make the push over towards shelter, get involved. Bot Fluke and Raze, they find the double. That means it's just 1 up at the moment for Fury. So Lolsey just trying to keep as much information over towards Bunnings as possible. Luke 12 plays rat position inside of the shelter. 6 sacks will get the confirmed kill onto sneak attack. 7 kills for Fury. I mean, that's a decent way to start the evening though. Matched as well by FW, albeit they've got 4 players up and a really good position for them to have a very solid game from here. But you can kind of see with that minimap how open it is, especially from Bot Fluke's BOV looking down in towards the center of the circle. There's not much space, not much cover. There goes Luke 12, who that as well eliminated for Unicorn Cyber, just that 1 spot before. As that is Fury gone in 6, we go down to the final 5 teams. And now from Edge, everyone has to start making their way inward.
Yeah, I guess what's in the center of this circle? Not much, if we're being real. That crate has graciously landed itself on the road as a little bit of cover. There's a road ridge to work with, but it's not really going to matter because the angles don't favor anyone who wants to utilize that at the moment. Armory Gaming has probably the highest ground cover when that compound that Cerberus comes out of the zone. They can utilize some rocks and some trees. It's a little bit elevated over that side. And FW, obviously, they've got the shelter. Actually, I'm wrong. That's the highest ground, is the shelter. I don't know why I said that the low ground was highest. Either way, FW, they're probably in the best spot. They just have to deal with Newhouse. I don't know how they're going to deal with it. I honestly don't even know if FW know Newhouse is there. Or DK in Hoang, mind you. I don't know if they know that there's 3 players below them, ratting around them, trying to get their one before they eventually die in a top 4, top 5 situation. So we're going to have to see if FW are aware of those players, because right now I kind of favor FW, even though they probably will have to come off that high ground. Not just yet, although it'll be very exposed. They might have to use car cover on top of that little plateau there. I favor them as long as they can deal with the 3 players beneath them.
After an incredibly disappointing group stage for FW, they had a tremendous LCQ. They had Raze, I think Banana won, both kind of topping kills and damage in the LCQ as well. 128 points in total, just beating NGE, took top spot. So clearly a team with a lot to once again prove here in the grand final. Nice little nade from Long K. Good little entry nade out of the shelter. I guess you could call it, an exit nade then, because he's trying to get out of there.
Yeah,
and just trying to
up in that as well.
Yeah, clear that front angle. Cerberus, I love this positioning here for Hyung Long. They got Tycon back at the compound and they're not able to be seen by Armory Gaming, so making life very difficult for anyone inside of that shelter. We can see Hoang, he's down there for Dankoa, the solo. He's the only solo. Everyone else has got at least 2 up. Armory Gaming 2, Newhouse with 2. Cerberus and FW, though, they are the team still with all 4 players alive. Final 5 teams up. But at some point, the question will be, if Cerberus make their way over towards FW, will Armory Gaming have at least some kind of sightline on that fight? And that might make it an easy cross for them. So really for AG, it's like, can they just hold on, wait for this Cerberus and FW fight to kick off? Maybe it could be kicked off by NHE. Newhouse have been able to get a kill onto Raze, and it's actually 6 sacks that kicks it off for FW against Cerberus.
All right, this is not exactly how I thought it would go, but I'm here for it. NHE opening it up outside. Raze going down makes it very hard for FW, but they've also put a little bit of pressure onto Cerberus, so they're giving themselves as much room as they can work with, and that's a fantastic double nade from 6 sacks. One of them's going to be taken away by Armory Gaming, and the other one is going to be flushed out, finalized by 6 sacks. FW, they looked maybe worse for wear when that Newhouse player got that knock, but no longer. I think they're actually recovering this.
Yeah, I think they might be able to go on and win it from here. They're in the best position to do so. Armory Gaming only have the 2 players, but Riz does get involved with a good knock on to Tycon and further just like putting a dent into Cerberus. And yeah, just like that, from 4 players up, good position, blocking those teams inside a shelter. They get wiped out. How much of a big nade that was from 6 sacks to get the double at the rock. 8 kills for Armory Gaming. Shanks will look to the heavens, into the trees to see if there's anyone riding in there. He very much can. As Long K gets knocked by the blue, it will be an FW Esports win, barring something crazy here, of which could happen if Riz gets the knock on a 6 sacks. He's just barely still alive. U-Dirt, Long K, gone. Newhouse, they were in the shelter. They couldn't get out. They go out in 3rd. Not a bad start for them. 14 points apiece, though, for Armory Gaming and FW Esports from Thailand. For both of these 2 teams that made it from the LCQ to start the grand finals in the best of fashion.
Absolutely. And this is that road ridge I was talking about as well. I thought Cerberus and FW would fight over this and it would be more of a contested spot. But now FW have it for free and they're absolutely going to make the most of it. Riz is forced back into the blue. Shanks is the last one up. He's going to go down to the blue as well. They gave it up completely. FW, I thought they were probably dead for sure. I thought Cerberus had all the pressure. I thought Armory Gaming were going to get involved. But it was nothing to FW, absolutely nothing. They kept their composure, they got rid of the people underneath them, and that is a fantastic win to start it off.
Certainly is. That's going to be their 3rd win of the tournament overall. The other 2 wins coming in the last chance qualifiers, which they had a bunch of 2nd place and 3rd places as well. So I guess this was the interesting thing. We probably didn't touch on it too much. The form for those in the LCQ, they did have, an extra bit of games, an extra 12 games, and also just doing well in those 12 games to qualify for the grand finals. A slow start in the group stage for FW, 100%, but boy, did they turn it on to a level that we know that they can reach. We saw it back in the Thailand series at the back end of last year, just barely missed out on PGC by 1 point because they played 1 less game. this is what they're capable of. They are up there with the Theraton 5s. We highlighted T5 at the start of the night, but FW Esports, they highlight themselves here in game 1. We'll go to a break when we come back. It's our second game of the Grand Finals.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to go over a very epic 1v3 from Raze in an endgame on Taego. In this endgame, it's a four-way fight between a lot of teams coming out of market on Taego, and my kind of thoughts going into this game were that Nosh didn't really have a chance, FTF were really struggling and they had low numbers, so I didn't really think that those two had any chance to actually win the game, although I suppose Nosh maybe had a little chance to do it. The real two teams I was looking at were Dankoa and, of course, FW. Dankoa is interesting because they had high ground. They had the roofs, they had all the advantage to kind of utilize that high ground and win the game from there. That's their unique position that they had in this game, whereas FW didn't have that. FW was locked inside this building, and they've just got to fight anyone that runs out their doorway. They do it kind of successfully too. Unfortunately for Dankoa, that high ground doesn't really amount to anything. Hyan goes for an epic jump onto the roof that I was certain would win them the game, and it doesn't. He kind of whiffs, he misses a few shots. FW are able to live through that, but somehow they kind of wrangle it back. FW lose a lot of members, probably thanks to FTF's pressure as well. In the end, it comes down to a 1v3 between Raze and the members of DK, and Raze kind of had a very simple position to get this done from. He was on the low ground. Didn't really matter that DK had the high ground. He picks right, he picks left to get these 1v1s off, and then from there, it's just a very clean 1v1. He had applied enough pressure and taken a spot in the zone that was just fantastic to take that 1v3 from. That was very, very, very clean from Raze, and if you want to see more Raze, you can catch him in the grand finals of the Asia Super Cup Winter, January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle-Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Last chance qualified teams off to the perfect start. So if and after they were unable to get off to a clean start in the group stage, they made life very good for themselves in the LCQ, and they started really, really well in the grand final. I know it's only game one, Russell, but clearly you could see a bit of that form that was sort of remade for some of these teams. Your FWs, your NGEs, they were able to capture that form from the LCQ, bring it in to the grand final. FW, of course, going on, getting that win to start things off for the grand final, a team that, struggled in the group stage. We had high expectations for them coming into the tournament, a team that just barely missed out on PGC by 1 point. Clearly means that they're at that sort of high end. Rays tied in terms of overall Twire rating to the mighty Thanatol. I mean, this is a clearly top team. Disappointing group stage. Absolutely dominated LCQ. Perfect start here, and from here they might end up being one of the teams to really watch as we continue forward over the next 4 days.
I hope so. I really do hope so. They would have set the expectations for themselves coming into this. And they're one of the few teams probably that as soon as they had that rough group stage, they went back, they had that team talk, that dreaded team talk where everyone goes, okay, guys, what's going wrong? What do we mess up? What do we have to do? And it worked. It absolutely came out fantastically. I don't know what the kind of, I guess, team atmosphere would be in a team talk like that. Whatever it was, though, they got it done. And it's fantastic to see because we look at their stats, we look at their previous results. It's like, we want to see these guys do well. So, yeah.
This is the overall stats of Banana One. And the whole tournament, 36 kills. He had 27 of those 36 in the LCQ. Now, he played 12 games in group stage. He played 12 games in LCQ. So the fact that he got... What is that then? I guess quick maths, is that like 9 kills? Only 9 kills in the group stage, and then went and got 27. Massive turnaround. And he's not the only one, mind you, as well. You go and look at Rays as well. Second for damage, basically tied first with Tambu, 24 kills. So he was another one that I thought really stepped up in the LCQ. And I think that's kind of what we expect a little bit from FW Esports, are these kind of players. Banana One, of course, he's been on the roster the longest. He's like the OG for FW Esports, but he's actually not always like the fragger on the roster. He had the least amount of kills, lowest amount of damage back in PUBG Thailand Series 2 at the end of last year. So for him to struggle in the group stage and kind of keep that going, unfortunately, but then to just pop off LCQ, that's what this team needs if they're going to be that team that's, fighting for your PGCs, for example. So massive turnaround from him, but not just him, the whole team. And I think it really highlights for FW how good they are.
Yeah, and you have to give them credit for the composure as well. We looked at FW and went, okay, so these guys are just some insane fraggers. Turns out that game is evidence is that they can hold their own. When the pressure's on, they know what they have to do. I don't know how they wiped Cerberus the way they did in that previous game. It looked way too easy. I guess Cerberus just had not much to work with. Either that or FW are incredibly skilled. Either way, absolutely fantastic from them. And when I look at a team, if they can hold their composure, that's a good sign that they've got their fundamentals right.
It certainly is. So they take map number 1. Again, for those maybe just tuning in, it is going to be 24 games overall, 4 days of action. So, one game is not going to do enough. We've seen many tournaments, Russell, where, especially if there's 24 plus games or whatever in a tournament, the team that wins the first game is not always the team that goes on and wins the whole tournament. You can start well. It's also how you finish well and how you can bring consistency to the grand finals. So, clearly, though, FW Esports are a team that can reach these heights. This is not just some scrubby team, but we're in a lobby where there are no scrubby teams, right? So this is going to be very difficult to replicate when you think about the amount of quality that is in this final 16 for the grand finals of the Asia Super Cup. It's not going to be like, okay, well, FW are just going to, clearly run away with this now. I think for them, the biggest thing is, can they replicate their performance themselves? What they brought to that last game, are they able to do that on a consistent nightly basis, along with the fact over the many different maps? It's 4 nights. It's a lot of games. So as for the other teams, besides just FW Esports, we saw a couple of really good performances from, Fury got some kills. We had a couple of others. NGE had some kills too. They got involved. So, it's good to see probably a good mix of teams from the LCQ along with the teams from the group stage. I think that, we probably didn't see as much from, I was expecting maybe a little bit more from your Purple Moons, your X-Men's, for example, Cerberus, maybe a little bit disappointed with the way they closed the game out. So those group stage teams who've played less games, had more time off, it might take them a couple more games to really gel. Yeah,
that's the thing about this whole lobby is, from a player's point of view, it's kind of a it's kind of stressful on the mental potentially, because you have the top teams like your Theraton 5s, your Buru Rams, your Cerberuses. They're looking at the lower teams and going, okay, any one of these teams can beat us, so we have to be absolutely on our guard. And then you have the lower tier teams who are looking at the top teams in the lobby, on paper at least, and going, we have to perform incredibly well because we have these teams in the lobby we know are going to be consistent. We know we're going to be up there in that top 5. So both the top and the bottom teams are looking at each other and going, you know, there's a little bit of stress in there somewhere, and you kind of just have to keep your composure, keep it locked in. There is a decent amount of money on the line, and as I said, you can climb up to that money very easily, even if it comes down to the last day. So, I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm excited about this lobby, is because everyone's a threat, and I think all the players know that everyone's a threat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really kind of look at this 16 and think there's a weak link here or a weak link there. No. It's really the best of the best. And yeah, I mean, to have to basically play perfectly, right? Because these teams are going to punish mistakes. If you think about your regular lobby, so for a lot of these teams, say if you're from rest of SEA, if you're from Taiwan, or even just really Thailand and Vietnam respectively, there's enough teams there that you could probably get away with the odd little mistake here or there. Maybe you over position. And think going back to an example would be that Buru Ram fight, Prison started the last game. Did they over-aggress there? Yeah, probably. Do you need to be pushing that 10 minutes into the game for a position that you don't really need to hold, to capture, to have? I think they probably were a little bit overzealous. Now, mind you, I think Buru Ram probably are at their best when they play to that aggressive style. You think about Buru Ram, you think about clearing edge and taking fights and pushing, but once those defensive smokes go up from Unicorn Cyber, that's probably high time to just say, okay, well, we got some util out of them, we got a knock, we got some damage, let's not overplay our hand. They did, they lost 2 players. But back in Thailand, you do that same play, they probably wipe a team.
Yeah, I think that's also a very good point too. We were just talking about FW. They came second in the Thai series, and they're versing a lot of teams. All the Thai teams, sorry, not all of them, Daytrade missed out, majority of the Thai teams. And so they're setting their expectations at probably what they came in that Thai series. But yeah, Buru Ram there, I mean, look, it's our hubris to assume that when they are on the push there in that first game that they're going to get it done. But it looked fantastic from our point of view, at least, and then Unicorn Cyber turned it around. But that's what is going to happen in a lobby like this. Even your lower tier teams on paper, potentially your RXEs, your DKs maybe, even though they had pretty decent placements in their respective regional tournaments, they're kind of low on paper here. They're going to punish mistakes. No one in this lobby is going to mess around. There's no time to mess around. There's 24 games. You just have to be in that right mindset. And yeah, I mean, no mistakes allowed here.
So we had an Eastern Circle for Game 1 of Herrenkel. Now we go over to the Gatka field. So we mix it up quite significantly over the Western Circle as Dynasty practice his little spray pattern here for Armory Gaming. Frontline, he's the man that's always going to be looking to take those early fight engagements as well, so he does need to be switched on. He did get a knock. We saw obviously Armory Gaming defending this very position of Bunnings in the last game. He got a nice knock, but then subsequently traded. That's the life, though. If you're playing Frontline, if you are the person that's going to be engaging first in fights, you've got to try and get your one. After that, anything else is realistically a bonus, in really just looking to disrupt those that are pushing on you, or if you're the one pushing, obviously look to be the one to get the engaging knock, as we see T1 706. That's been eliminated by Edie. And again, good start for Buru Ram, as we were kind of touching on them over towards the Gatka fields. Didn't quite see what happened there, but we're talking far western side of the Gatka fields, closer to the coastline than anything. And Edie, I just see him there. I think maybe for T1 706, got a little over aggressive, went north the quarry, must have just gone into the path of Edie. Edie catches him, gets a kill. Which can happen when there's a couple of teams looting Gatka. I mean, to be fair, NHE are like Quarry Primorsk. I don't know why you would split that high, but he does get punished for it. Which goes back to what we were saying before.
No mistakes, yeah. Well, that's one of the priority compounds. If you're going to split that kind of area, that God compound there that Edie's in, LPL_play for the map stream, if you want to understand the references we're making, that's one of the priority compounds, because it's not as central as, you know, as it would be in another circle, and maybe you'd be more aggressive to take it, but it is still priority for the loot. It's absolutely fantastic. But yeah, Buru Ram were there before. Either that or T1 706 was fighting for it alongside Buru Ram, but I would imagine that's not the case, because none of the other Buru Ram members were fighting for it. So I'm going to assume what you said. He drove up, was unaware that Edie was there, and just copped it.
Bendables. Oh, the best of starts for them. Tanvu topped in terms of kills back in the LCQ, and was one definitely turning heads. a team that had a really good start to the tournament. It cooled off a little bit. I was actually just looking at their last couple of games to close out the final night, 11, 14, 9, 11, a couple of kills, but they did go from being a team that looked like they could probably top the LCQ to then just cooling off a little bit. Unfortunately, that was also something that, kind of probably plagued them back into the group stage. So really consistency, I think, for the Expendables. Their best is as good as anyone. And they can get wins. They're certainly a top fragging team. It's just, can they do it over the course of, let's say, 2 nights, 12 games? I just don't see TE being the kind of team that can do it for, 9 out of 12 games. As we look at Cheekskin here for Q Confirm, Rapsiak Esports, the fairy clowns from Vietnam, have pulled up. I don't think he's been spotted. He obviously knows that RXC are here. Rapsiak having a fun start to this tournament back on the group stage, and then had so much fun in the LCQ that they ended up qualifying.
Had so much fun that they qualified. That's a fantastic way to put it. I like that. But they did. They looked like they were having fun. But they also, I mean, look, let's not tag them as a for-fun team, because they're absolutely not. But they did perform very well. And Thanahan especially displayed a lot of confidence. But I think this is a bit of a different beast. With someone inside your compound ready to execute one of you as soon as you step on him, it's going to be a bit hard for RXC to bring this back, especially with the amount of control that QConfirm have. Yeah,
it's also not a rush here. Yellow south of Everest, this kind of western Gatka field circle. Good little flash push in from Cheeksing. Nothing that 6, 7, 8 can do in that situation. That was just really well played from Cheeking. Talk about just kind of going through the checklist in that. Oh, that was a little bit aggressive though with the nade, especially with no real vision. Yeah, and that did kind of give RXC a little bit of an opening to maybe collect a knock. Nade thrown back. He surely goes down to the car there. That nade doesn't get the kill. Only 24 damage from Thanahan. Top frags for the team in the LCQ. He does push out and get the knock on the Cheeksking to go back in though. He just sees nothing but fire in his eyes. Smoke defensively for QC to help get the revive for Cheekskin, but Rapsiak very much pulling off not really a miracle here. In fact, they're getting beaten to a pulp. Thanahan just cannot get out of this corner. It's like a boxer in the corner of the boxing ring. He just can't get out of it, and that's a big nade from Leon's down to just Vinsu. He was a sub back in the group stage. He's done so well that he's remained in the team. Front side is not clear. Backside is not clear. And that is Q Confirmed really flexing their muscles against Rapsiak Esports. And truthfully, RXC, again, there's no weak teams in this lobby. They were tremendous in the LCQ, but they're not really one of those top teams. Got to remember, only really in this tournament because Genius Esports could not participate. So 8th back in the Vietnam series of 4 last year. They are on the lesser end of the scale when we think about the top teams in this lobby.
I feel so bad for Thanahan there. I mean, that building, this ice cream, whatever you want to call it, is one of the most iconically difficult places to get out of when you're stuck inside it. You have to first pass through those windows, which are incredibly open, and then you have to run out this massive open front gate, and then outside of that front gate is obviously entirely open ground where you are 100% exposed. There's no back exit, essentially. You have to either vault out the windows or run out the front. So I felt bad for him. Somehow that Molotov didn't spread, so he was given a little bit of respite, but it didn't really matter in the end. And yeah, as soon as you saw the Q-Confirm player in that position, and you looked at the minimap, you thought, okay, this is over for RXC. They just don't know it yet.
Also remembering they did lose 6, 7, 8, 9 really early in that. Top fragger back in the Master League of the end of last year for Rapsiak Esport. Got an X-Men on top of Everest, and we have a glance at the map. We haven't really seen too much of it. Most teams have obviously started to make their way over towards the Gatka fields, doing so quite nicely. Purple Mood to eventually make their way past loot delivery, which at the moment NGE with a nice little split around that bridge side of things. Very, very far south is Fury. And I mentioned that because there's not really that many teams very far south, Russell. It's a very kind of northern-centric hold here. Teams wanting to be in and around Everest and the sort of northern side of the Gatka field. Not too surprising. I think typically these circles do tend to play around Chopsticks is a really good kind of visionary point, right? So you don't want to go too south that you're on the coastline. You obviously don't want to go too north that you're on Georgia Pool. So around that kind of Everest at the yellow. Surprised there's no team in and around like Ruins or the yellow south of Ruins either. It's a good spot here for this circle.
Yeah, well, it's because if the circle does center up and go in those fields, it's one of those locations you need information on, 100%. You need info or it's going to be hard to maneuver around. Leo pressured on the edge of Everest here, and the worst part about this for X-Men, not only did Petra just get a knock, but they've got players coming up behind them on the other side of Everest as well, so they need to get this res, they need to get it quick, they probably need to get another knock onto Q-Confirm as well, or they're just going to get run over here and pincered from behind too. It's T5 behind them as well. I mean, this is just a death sentence.
Yeah, to be fair, it's just Pat and Pong though. Roster Junior still at Hospital, Hatsort and Banatol not on Everest at all, so it is just kind of the solo player. But Q Confirmed doing really well here in the push until Opon's got knocked by Upchen. Now, they've got the high ground though, X-Men. The only thing that's probably dismaying them is the fact that these smokes are up, and for Q Confirmed, especially around Everest, you can play around these little ridges of the rocks, makes it very difficult to use and abuse that sort of high ground advantage. Phase 2 circle, by the way, has kind of kept Everest inside of the zone for C2, which does mean these teams don't really need to pick up the pace. Smokes can be deployed. You can just slow the pace down, get the revives if you possibly can. X-Men have got all 4 up. And I think they've played this quite well. Both teams probably have. Q Confirmed not doing what Buram did back in prison last game by over-aggressing. Smokes go up. They can't push. They don't have info. They go for the revive and they stall out.
Yeah, stalled out, exactly. X-Men, I mean, they're just in survival mode. Q-Confirm want to get something onto this, but with that circle pop as well, it changes their goals. Now they have to think about what they're going to do on this pop. To be honest, they can probably sit here, they can probably just exist if they wanted to, but it would be very risky and there'd be strain on them the entire time. So they're going to back off smartly, they're going to play edge. I think NGE is probably their next competitor, but it has centered up on the Gatka fields. That's why that Southern Hill is important. That's why Everest is so hotly contested in every single game like this, is because you need to know if these yellows are free, if Gatka's free, what ridges and dips you can take, if any that exist, is chopsticks free, etc., etc. It's incredibly important, and spots like this are why it's why they're so hotly contested. These are so important. NGE, they lost a couple members just before going over Loot Delivery Bridge to Purple Mood. Now they're here, the just 2, and Q Confirm can take advantage of it.
Big split as well for the expandables around the main Gatka buildings. You can see it there on the map screen as Isaki gets a knock on to Vinamilk, and into the basement goes Fat for NGE. As the duo, they're going to have to be a little bit aggressive, fire shots out of the windows, try and be a little bit of a nuisance and kind of just say to QC, hey, we're here, but don't push us. As Cerberus have got themselves into the left side chopstick, as Dankoa Gaming are very much at the very south end of the chopstick of the compounds. They've got themselves 3 players to the good, just 1 player eliminated so far for them, and High Command even gets a knock. Now, EXO actually kind of pushing just on the outskirts of Ruins here, and he has spotted Leons and gets the kill. That's a strange position. I'm a little surprised that Leons is all the way kind of up on that hill. He gets caught. That's in a very open spot to be in, especially when they've got the compound right here that they could have been playing out of. But maybe Leon's just wanting to just find a different angle.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And it might be a bit of greed on his behalf because he doesn't have info on the low side of that hill. EXO, he doesn't know EXO's there, to be fair to EXO. So he went for it. He got punished for it. He had no info. It's a play that they probably have to make, to be honest, because if they stay in this compound, they're just going to be delayed. NGE is just going to be a nuisance, like you said. It's just going to be annoying. And so Leons has to get something done. Any of these guys really have to get something done, because when this next circle pops, you don't want to be rotating with NGE. You don't want to be rotating with EXO. You want to be rotating on your own accord. And right now, it doesn't look like that's going to be happening for Q Confirm.
Nice shot there from Fap. Gets a bit of damage onto Petra. Forced to heal, pop a first aid kit. Only 1 available for Cheeksking. Yeah, you lose Leons, and suddenly, 3-on-2 is not impossible now. Q Confirm kind of losing that extra man advantage really does kind of help out new generation esports, and if they're the ones being aggressed upon, they can have the ability to play first contact. Love the little ballistic shield, just blocking the window as much as possible, and really fortifying this yellow as much as possible. To be fair, is still inside of the circle, but for how much longer? 5 seconds till phase 3. It could still remain up here towards Everest. If it does go for hard shift up to the north, it does anything but that though. Right down to the southwest, over to the Gatka fields we go. Wonderful circle for Fury. Look at the split they've got on the western side of the circle. Absolutely atrocious though, for where a lot of the main action that we've been following around the yellows of Everest, X-Men of course on Everest with Purple Mood, QC, EXO, NG. None of those teams are happy with that circle shift. They are really displaced by it.
Yeah, and a spot like this on top of Everest honestly isn't going to do you too much good at this point. This is probably going to be your home for the remainder of the game until it shifts off of you, because you can't get any relevant info anymore. There are a couple compounds maybe that you can breach that are free at the moment, but Everest isn't as good as it was last circle. The push finally comes out from Q Confirm. They get none. They get absolutely nothing, and it's just FAP down here to rip them apart as they come downstairs on stairs. There's only one left now for Q Confirm, stuck in that back room. Van goes down, and EXO will take it. Interesting way to go out for Q Confirm, but they certainly did try it, although they only tried it when the circle popped, and I can't help but think doing it a little bit earlier would have given them a lot more time to work with.
Yeah, not too bad for NGE to get something out of a scenario where sort of probably 7 times out of 10 you go out with nothing. They got 2 kills from it, and the player's still alive. Just FAP, though, as the solo. As Hawaiian gets eliminated by Cat. Apparently a long shot here from Edie, 231 meters. Just barely classified as a long shot. Oh, nice shots from Cow, though, and from Flood Fury. All of them just tagging up the back side of that convoy of Unicorn Cyber. Destroy getting knocked out. Another headshot while Demon wants to come back around to see if they can maybe get the revive to pick him up, get him out of there, as they've just been able to do so, but almost lost a second for just trying to attempt to save him. Fury doing some damage, don't really get much for it, but they are dead center. I know you can't really see it on the minimap, but they are absolutely dead center of this phase 3 circle with a minute to go.
Damn, this is the spot that Newhouse was in as well. Newhouse had the spot the Fury has now at those yellows. Newhouse decided to group up elsewhere at the Alamo, the Weekend, or whatever you want to call it. FW, what space are you going to take? They're opting to go for the ridge in the field. In a zone like this, I think it's doable. As long as you can survive, you don't have any car cover, so bushes are really going to be your friend. Bushes and certain low ground LOS, it's not going to be easy though. Usually in a spot like this, it's cars that are going to allow you to survive. I mean, look at this. Even from a bird's eye view, it's really not ideal. As the circle gets smaller and smaller as well, and more teams have freedom to fight towards FW, that lack of car cover is going to come back and bite them, because they're going to have no cover to work with. It'll be bushes that they have to work with, and you can shoot through bushes. So FW are going to have to be careful. Right now they can survive, but later on it might be a bit difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, step 1 really was just getting down safely, which they were able to at least do. As we see phase 4 circle pop, and it's again,
oh my god, okay,
down to the south, and that's not a fun circle unless you are Armory Gaming. They absolutely will be loving that circle that they can play. Yeah, look, I think there's probably still going to be a lot of teams that are going to want to wrap that position, both from the west and from the east. You think about teams maybe like Buriram, they'd love to play that edge. They're not going to just send it center. I can already envision Buriram kind of pushing in towards DK pushing in towards AG. That might end up being the play as Flucky and Purple Moon just trying to get out of the blue, out on this western side of the circle. They are all extremely low. Over to FAP, the solo for NGE. How about a double? 2 for good measure, 4 now overall for him and for his team in a game where it didn't seem like they were going to be able to accomplish a whole lot. They only had the 2 players alive, no kills, no points, and from that, as a solo, FAP's picked up 4 kills. Obviously not in the best of positions, as you can see on the minimap. He is extremely out of this circle for phase 4. As Tarnished, Lin, he's been knocked out. Darwin will confirm the kill for the Expendables and momentarily gets them out of that last place position. X-Men wiped out though, and that has been a treacherous start for a team that looked so good back in the group stage. This is not what we expected from them in the grand final.
Team number 1 making their send from the east side to the west. Armory Gaming, they're doing their defense. They have to get this done. This is the most important thing for Armory Gaming to do right now. They have to keep track of every single team that wants to come their way, because their spot is priority in this zone. Smell's going to try and get out of there, regroup. Well, he's not really regrouping with anyone at this point. He's alone, but he's going to try and get somewhere just to survive for the moment. Good defense from Armory Gaming right now. Cerberus, though, that's team number 2, I suppose, making their way from the east to the west. They've decided not to breach, though. Instead, they're going to stop by this little road bridge here and take a fight with Buriram.
Ooh, good spray from Haisaki for Cerberus. I didn't touch on it, by the way, as we didn't get to see too much of Cerberus. A little bit towards the back end of game number 1, but no high mass for them. As we see, Haisaki does get knocked down, so Haisaki has made his way back into the lineup. Of course, they do pretty much have that, what I would consider core 5 lineup with what we've seen from Huang Long. And High Mass, of course, did not play the opening night of the group stage, did come back, though, for the second night and helped them get into the grand finals. Insight knocked as well by Hatsawat. And nades now from Edie towards Cerberus's location. Long distance away and only one more to go. Maybe look to hold on to that one. You may need it later on. Good tag from Dynasty. 3 kills for Buriram United. Certainly a little bit better from them here in the second game after losing the battle at Prison in game number 1. But Dynasty with another knock. That one onto Canaxi. I don't know if he's going to be able to get saved. No, you can see off in the distance here from the POV of Fap, they will leave Canaxi behind. He will die to blue. Fap's still barely staying alive. Talk about a marathon effort for the solo of NGE. He's just made it into the fields.
A miracle if Fap will be able to survive the rest of this game. He's in a good spot to do it, to be fair. Everyone else is going to be entirely focused on their own problems. And there's problems right now for EXO. Path and Pong finishes off Monty, stuck behind the car there as well. EXO, you can see Purple Mood above them too. There's so much action going on this western side now, whereas there wasn't at all 5 minutes ago. A lot of these teams have made their way across. This is fantastic defense from Theraton 5. I mean, you look what, you see what Monty had to do. He had to run across the road there just to make this work for EXO. The spot that they're in is so bad that they just have to run across the road in the open and try to get it done. Try to get a surprise kill onto T5. And now it's just Akita up as well. T5, all 4 alive inside those identicals. Akita's trying to get something done, but he realizes there's people on top of him as well. It'll be very difficult for him to get even one here. T5 will be fully aware that he's in this position. They just killed 3 of his teammates. Meanwhile, he's pulling off pretty decent defense against FW, or maybe a breach, rather, onto FW. Sorry, no, what? Yeah, it was a FW breach. They tried to get out of those fields, but that's going to be FW breaching without any cars, and that's a lot harder to do than if they had cars.
Yeah, bridging with Panzer, got the opening kill, and credit to Fury for being able to just sort of hold on there, deal with them, and they kept all 4 players alive from that aggressive push of FW. No back-to-back for them after winning game 1. FW still in first. By the end of this, though, probably not for much longer. 9 teams left, of which still Fap the solo on the eastern side of the circle. No one really close to him besides Cerberus, so should be able to avoid probably the next couple of minutes of action, especially if the Expendables and Unicorn Cyber really kick it off here. Dark Juice has got such a good angle, the MK14. That's a rapid fire spray down onto Demon. Dalman watching the window. How does Chu get out of this position? I don't honestly think he can. This should be the end of Unicorn Cyber. The angles that TE have are his. Now he got the headshot from that angle. Clean shot, does go down anyway to the blue. And who dat, the last one up for Unicorn Cyber.
Not necessarily mutual destruction. This is more TE just struggling on the edge of the blue, but making it work absolutely. That fully automatic Mark 14 doing work, but you can see the angles they have to work with as soon as they leave Gatka. Fury staring at them. Newhouse is going to be staring at them as well. They probably got the most out of this situation, killing the team that is trying to make it out of Gatka with them. They got that done. They can be happy with it, and FAP is still in the picture. I don't know how. He has that field side to work with, and he's getting... I don't know.
He's soloing Cerberus, and watching the map stream at the moment, he has just lost out to Sololzi. Unfortunately, in a 1 versus 1, Fap loses to Sololzi. He got 2 knocks, Ross, 2 knocks eastern side. I'm assuming they obviously just didn't know he was there. The benefit sometimes of being that rat in the fields, but what a tremendous solo performance from Fap in this game. Fury, their position not really inside of the circle. Here going into phase 6, and Waikiki on the front foot, gets going straight away. Shots though coming from NHE. Newhouse Esports, they cop a massive hard feed. They get the kill onto Cal. Cal gets at least a little bit of information for his death, but the information, Russell, is not good information. It's basically like, hey, good luck. Everything's open, but you can't go anywhere.
This is one of those circles where you don't need to get info. You know exactly how this circle looks from playing it hundreds of times. You know that there's going to be a team in the Weekender, which is Newhouse at this point. They have 3 up, pretty strong for them at the moment. You know that there's going to be a team in the field on the eastern side. That's Cerberus in this case, and they can probably survive as well. They can probably put themselves up into the top 3. They're going to have space to work with on that field side. And then, of course, there's everyone to the west who now has to come out. Decent headshot from Luke to try and get some sort of pressure onto Newhouse, who is probably their main threat right now. Their secondary threat, I suppose, would be T5, although it looks like T5 is more of their primary threat. They have the angles. They've even put themselves on the low side of the hill to alleviate or get rid of these trees, to take them out of the picture and be able to see the trunks of the trees that the Fury is sitting next to. But T5 have to move as well. And I think I know exactly where they're going to move to, but it's not going to be an easy spot to survive at.
Just elapsed over Close now to 24 minutes here for game 2 of the grand finals. Hatsuo, very ambitious shots. He's though not as ambitious from Long K, very easily achievable with a Mark 12 8x as Nilti, Long K combined T5 fodder to the flames as Newhouse Esports in what is essentially their prior house are going to be able to, from here, you would think, get themselves a win in game 2. It's going to take an absolute miracle for a team to turn this around. Not even the smokes helping out Fury. Bullets, yeah, they still go through smokes. And Thunders has got the weak side angle along with the rest of Purple Mood. Blue 12 gets knocked. Only sneak attack left standing for Fury. Into first place, but it looks like they're going to go out in 5th in this game.
Yeah, I mean, good effort from them. They took that spot. I guess the Newhouse move from those yellows to the Weekender has absolutely paid off for Newhouse, but there's a fight in the field. Purple Mood up against Armory Gaming. Armory Gaming, we're eventually going to have pressure like this, and there's Huang Long from behind them. Armory Gaming have ended up in between 2 of the top teams in this lobby, and I mean, they've just been absolutely destroyed. Cerberus now can easily focus their attention to Purple Mood, who are in that low ground position, and Newhouse, I guess it's just a question of when they want to push out.
Yeah. It's a question of how they're going to win this and how many kills they're going to get when they do win it. It would be their 3rd chicken dinner of the tournament overall. They had 1 in the group stage, 1 in the LCQ. They do know how to win their games. 3rd overall back in the Vietnam series in terms of winner chicken dinners for Newhouse. Definitely one of their strengths is just surviving, getting into good locations, good positions, getting to the end game, and they will be benefiting greatly from it here to start the grand finals. Purple Mood up to 6 kills, been a decent effort for them in the second game after a lackluster start in game 1. Of course, one of the teams that dominated, did really well back in the group stage. Look at that circle. That is a given. Sometimes you just got to throw your hands in the air and concede and say, you know what, in a game like this, 2nd or 3rd with 6 to 7 kills, yeah, you take it.
Yeah. I'll reiterate as well, they had a couple options, did Newhouse. It was either the yellows Fury died out of or this location, and they chose correctly. Purple Mood crawling through the field like a snake, except this time around the snake's head probably going to get taken off, especially if those smokes dissipate. You can see the top of Fluky's head as he moved up.
But remember as well, T1706 was the first death of this game. When he went to the Priors, lost out Booram, got an easy kill. They played as a trio over towards Quarry, made their way in. I think they had the yellows originally, and then, as you said, vacated, went down here, and they've been able to benefit. And you still got to hit the shots. Mind you, though, we haven't seen anyone really crash their location, as I think we're just going to go through the formalities of closing out game 2. Only Tycon alive at the moment. Neil T, yeah, they'll happily take the kills against Purple Mood. Big for Cerberus. Because of that little maneuver to snake his way out for Tycon, he has got them into 2nd place for Cerberus, and not just 2nd place in this game, 2nd place on the leaderboard as well. This is where you got to be a little bit careful. Long K's pushed out. He has been spotted. Tycon steps out of the grass, gets the knock, no kill, and he loses his life. 13 kill win for Newhouse Esports. Really tremendous game for a team that already knows how to win. As I said, Russell, back in the Vietnam series of fall, they had the 3rd most winner chicken dinners for a team that finished 7th overall as well in that tournament. That is actually quite staggering. They know how to get wins. They've done it again here. Their 3rd one of this tournament, and it puts them in 1st after 2 games of the grand finals.
They know how to catch circles, that's for sure. I mean, look, that's one of the spots where it's hard for any team around them to actually pressure them, actually deal damage to them, kind of make sure that they can't win the game. It's difficult. If you're a team like Fury, you can't really push them. So they did what they had to do. They're going to make the most of those circles. And to be fair, they made probably the absolute most. 13 kills, getting a 9-circle feed. Sorry, it wasn't 9 circles, but getting a feed like that, 13 kills is an excellent effort. So full credit to them for utilizing those angles and getting it done. And I think credit to Cerberus as well, because I think they played that very well. It looked like they were very measured in the way that they played that southern side. They didn't really go too aggressive. They didn't really take any fights they didn't need to. I saw them backing off from fights as well. So they kind of knew what they were doing, and you expect that from Cerberus. But yeah, congrats to Newhouse. Yeah,
really, really good performance. To reiterate, it was not FW. Do apologize for the FW fans. They won game 1, but it was Newhouse Esports that do take game number 2. Rightfully so. I think a team that's clearly got really good potential. As we said, they know how to get wins. It's a matter of now consistency, doing it often enough, but also maybe finding other avenues such as kills. We'll see if that can be something Newhouse continue to work on. 2 games done. Erangel also done. After the break, we head to Tago.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to go over a very epic 1v3 from Raze in an endgame on Tago. In this endgame, it's a four-way fight between a lot of teams coming out of market on Tago, and my kind of thoughts going into this game were that Nosh didn't really have a chance, FTF were really struggling and they had low numbers, so I didn't really think that those two had any chance to actually win the game, although I suppose Nosh maybe had a little chance to do it. The real two teams I was looking at were Dankoa and, of course, FW. Dankoa is interesting because they had high ground. They had the roofs, they had all the advantage to kind of utilize that high ground and win the game from there. That's their unique position that they had in this game, whereas FW didn't have that. FW was locked inside this building, and they've just got to fight anyone that runs out their doorway. They do it kind of successfully too. Unfortunately for Dankoa, that high ground doesn't really amount to anything. Hien goes for an epic jump onto the roof that I was certain would win them the game, and it doesn't. He kind of whiffs, he misses a few shots. FW are able to live through that, but somehow they kind of wrangle it back. FW lose a lot of members, probably thanks to FTF's pressure as well. In the end, it comes down to a 1v3 between Raze and the members of DK, and Raze kind of had a very simple position to get this done from. He was on the low ground. Didn't really matter that DK had the high ground. He peeks right, but he peeks left to get these 1v1s off, and then from there, it's just a very clean 1v1. He had applied enough pressure and taken a spot in the zone that was just fantastic to take that 1v3 from. That was very, very, very clean from Raze, and if you want to see more Raze, you can catch him in the grand finals of the Asia Super Cup Winter, January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got three types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Eastern side of Erangel done, western side of Erangel done now as well, and that is indeed Erangel finished up for the night, heading to Tago very shortly. But for Newhouse Esports, the dream start to the grand finals, Russell, for a team that hasn't really set the tournament a lot. When we think about teams that, maybe we have them a couple of rungs below on the ladder, we talk a little bit about Rapsiak, for example, being 8th back in the Vietnam Series of Fall. Well, Newhouse were 7th as well back in the Vietnam Series of Fall. So again, not really one of the household names, not one of the top super teams from Vietnam, but for Newhouse Esports, they know how to win. They got the dub here in the second game. They had the 3rd most winner, Chikadinas back in the Viet Series of Fall. And what's interesting thing is you go back and look at their group stage, they were 11th in terms of average placement points, 17th though in terms of average kill points. Look at their stats here through the first 2 games, and what do you see, Russell? More kills than placement points. This is what we need from these guys if they're going to compete, is to start to get those kills, and they've done that through the first 2 games.
Yeah, if you want to compete in a lobby like this, you're going to have to put up both areas of the points in PUBG, that's placement and kills. And if you're lacking in one part, then it's good to see Newhouse can at least get those kills and do it in a capable manner as well. That said, that game was lucky for them to get. You can't deny that. But I think the sign of a team that's able to make the most of circles like that by getting 13 kills as they did, it's fantastic signs. If you're able to get that many kills when you are fed that hard, then there's good things to come.
Obviously, we've known about Long K and Neil T for a long time back in the old Division X days and the PCS era. So it's probably the likes of Yuda and T1706. Of course, we didn't see T1706, which goes against the grain. He had the highest average survival time in the Vietnam Series of Fall. So to go out that early on in the last game, not something that's known for him. But for Yuda, he was the top fragger and damage dealer for the team back in the Viet Series. So clearly it's kind of that mix of old, mix of new for Newhouse Esports, where you've got Yuda, T1706, they're like the new guard, but Long K, Nil T, we know how good they are, and especially Long K, I think, has been so far tremendous in this particular tournament. So for Newhouse Esports, certainly a bit of an underdog, 2 games in, 22 to go, not really still going to be one of the favorites, but if they keep finding ways to get kills, because clearly that was something they struggled with back in the group stage, the placement points are there. They know how to win. They can get to the late game, and so therefore puts them in a good position to contend by the end of this tournament. At the moment, first place, 33 points through the first 2 games of Erangel. We head into Tago. Cerberus in second, Fury in third, AG, FW. It's a healthy mix of the top 5. I guess some of the notable teams that have started a little bit slow, the Expendables being one, X-Men for how dominant they were in the group stage, and Buram a little hit and miss.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say that my favorites, or at least on paper, my favorites would be Buram, Cerberus, and T5, and then T is probably the kind of not necessarily dark horse because we know what they're capable of.
What about FW?
Well, FW, I think there's a certain bias toward or against FW because their names I'm unfamiliar with, and I haven't seen them perform that much in the past. So I'm looking at the teams I'm familiar with, I suppose, to kind of, back myself up. But I guess TE is kind of in that 4th slot, along with so many other teams in this lobby, FW included, to potentially take a top 3 spot, take the win even, if they're able to keep that consistency up. But yeah, Jake, I kind of want to set the stage a little bit while we have the downtime at the start of the game. I think previously in this tournament, it would be unfair to have this as a say it's an entree for 2024, an appetizer even. It's probably the regional qualifiers would be the entree. This tournament, I think, at least in this grand finals, we can start setting the foundations of some narratives. We can start looking at how teams are going to perform here and then use that as something to talk about going into future tournaments. I say it's an appetizer because I think going into the regional series, obviously that's going to be much more important, and then the main course would be the PGSs. But I think we can still, we have a little bit of liberty here to at least start to build a narrative for some of these teams. Players as well. If you're on a team like Fury, which is not, this is not a set roster going into 2024 by any means, or a roster at all, but you can start building narratives for those players. If Cal performs well, then you can look at him going forward and go, okay, well, hey, you performed well in a stacked lobby like this. What are you going to do for the rest of 2024? I don't want to set anything in stone because I think that would be unfair and it would be probably objectively wrong, but I think we can start looking at it, especially in a lobby like this. If you're able to perform consistently in a lobby as stacked as this in APAC, then you kind of unintentionally set expectations for yourself going into those regional series.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, when you kind of look at the tournament holistically, it's meant to be kind of a curtain closer for 2023, but it's played really as a curtain raiser for 2024. So You know, when you also look into the GPT announcements too for Cerberus and for Day Trade, obviously Day Trade not making Final 16, but clearly a couple of role changes in terms of what's happening on that roster. Cerberus continue to just be, you know, leaps and bounds, a super consistent and ever-present team at the high end of APAC. So for those teams as well, good news. And also doesn't probably then change too much when I think the roadmap came out originally. You saw 2 APAC slots had sort of gone away for a lot of the global tournaments, and people panicked a little bit. But I looked at that and I was like, no, well, that's 2 APAC teams to GPT, and that's exactly how it played out. So no real changes. Bao LP does hear a vehicle in the distance. It's Hakai for NGE. Repsiek Esports. Certainly capable. I mean, how many times do we watch these games when these guys are in the lobby, Russell, and you look at the clock and it's like 5 minutes and they're full-blown fighting? Tago especially, a map where you can see a lot of these kind of like tree line fights on rotations, especially going to these more to less prio compounds as well. Oh, okay. Hang on. That's interesting from Vinicius. What was that? He knew that Hakai and NGE were at this position.
I don't know what happened there.
What? Was that a miscom, or did he like DC? I'm so confused because they knew that NGE are at the compound.
Yeah. If that was a bait, then
that's a bait. That's a poor bait.
That's a very bad bait. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. They had all the info. Even if they know 100% that one of NGE is on the far side of the compound, that's still a weird play to make. I genuinely have no idea what happened there.
Yeah, it's legitimate. You know, sometimes you see a player DC and they run off into the field. It's kind of like that, but in a vehicle. Like he wasn't even like fast moving, swerving. Yeah. Wasn't even like, you know, seat swapping. Just a very slow pull in, die, and then that's it. It's like he had to go to the toilet. It was like, nah, I don't like this map. I'm just gonna send it in.
That's a strange one as well. I don't. Yeah. I don't get it.
Well, that one's a little bit mind-boggling as we move over to FAP, the heroic man from the last game for NGE. Obviously, it's Van Nine that gets the opening kill courtesy of Vinicius of Rapsiek Esports, but FAP was a man on a mission. We didn't quite get to capture the 1v3 effort against Cerberus, Russell, but he took out 2 of them before succumbing to Sololzi, where he couldn't quite get the job done. Had he done so, he would have ended up with like 7 kills in that game from 0 when he was a solo. So
imagine if he had his trademark M249.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly would have helped in that little 1v3 close quarter in the fields as well. Pop art, little spray down. Yeah, it would have been clean. Fury, they're the benefactors of this phase 1 circle, by the way. I didn't touch on them over double split, Studio, or Yang. A lot of teams making their way down south. I haven't, because we only get 1 Tago a night, we don't really get many Tagos to build up that kind of base, especially compared to Erangel and Miramar. But I haven't really had like a real southern, like studio finish here for Tago. I'd love to just see this really go as far south as possible. Obviously, there's the unplayable terrain as far south you go, but we'll see how this does transpire throughout the game. 3rd game of the night. Again, 24 in total for the grand final. It's a long one. So even if you look at your TEs and your X-Men's and Burirams, again, this is where if this was a 12-game tournament, you'd be thinking, oh, there's not many games, we've got to get going, but there's enough games. Lin, also known as Tarnished. I pretty much just have to call him Tarnished.
Yeah. So many name changes, hard to keep track of. But we'll call them how they are laid out in game.
Need to see X-Men really getting into these fights. The interesting thing for me is the irony that X-Men and RXC, the 2 teams, I think that throughout the tournament, nice shots from Luke. Wow, okay, just leaves me speechless there momentarily. Gonna get a second onto Tanvu, no, behind the cover. He'll get the revive on a 777. But those 2 teams, respectively, are so good at fighting, Russell, and early game scrappy fights too, not the coordinated 4v4, you know, the 20-minute mark with a bunch of smokes and like just the scrappy rotational fights. I thought X-Men and RXC really to their strength. And we just haven't seen that from them on Erangel, and right now on Tago, again, just kind of slow, steady, not seeing them fighting early. So to me, not really playing into their strengths compared to the rest of this lobby, which probably wants to play a little bit more like that's kind of standard PUBG formula.
I mean, X-Men are set up on that north, and they have a 2-2 next to that northern road. So it kind of indicates to me they want to get maybe a little bit of a rotate camp off and get some fighting done early and stack up those points in the bank. But no real opportunity to do it just yet. EXO pulled up in a very unlucky spot on this side of the map. Riz all the way on the low ground. Dynasty up high. It's just Monty, to be fair. But yeah, not much of a fight he can push up when he's pressured from a couple different sides. Maybe some trees he could have utilized, but now the rest of EXO are here to back him up. Insight's taken the coastal angle on that low ground there, but he's going to go up and try to get that res, but it's too late. Dynasty finishes off Monty. Harkman's here to do a little bit of damage, but now this is kind of where you go, okay, well, we lost Monty, time to back off, because now we're losing the war of attrition here. I'm losing health on my vest, I might get headshot. We're losing ammo. We might even lose tires on the cars. So I think this is a lost battle. We just kind of have to leave.
He's such a good player, Dynasty. He's probably been one that's impressed me the most. I think when you go back and you look at Riz, he's clearly a player that has got a lot of potential on Armory Gaming. But Dynasty, he's been around a little bit longer on this roster. Top frag back in the tire series. Well, phase 2, he is probably their barometer. When they're doing well Armory Gaming, it's because Dynasty is front fragging, getting early contact kills, able to lead from the front, you know, provides that pathway into these kind of fights as Purple Mood collect their first kill of game number 3. 13 points for them. Just trucking along. We haven't really seen a whole lot of PLN. Thanawa, Esquilusia, Flocky and Thunders. Really solid group stage, but little quiet on Erangel while still collecting points. That's when, you know, you've got the sign of a good side rustle, when you can just kind of go under the radar, collect your points without really popping off. And we know that they are a team that can pop off. So good start to the night for them.
Absolutely. Be as consistent as you can be. I don't know what the points per game is going to look like at the end of the tournament, but they're getting them at the moment. 6 they won't be happy with, though. As will no one in this lobby be happy with anything probably lower than first. Purple Mood. I love the name Esquilusia, by the way. I haven't really thought about it, but it's such a sick name. Same with Shinosuke from Nosh, back when they were competing in this tournament.
Yeah.
I love that name. A couple cool names in here. I had nothing else to talk about. So
what about Fab?
I mean, his name is iconic for other reasons. Same with Dick Smell as well.
Oh, good old
absolutely. He's like they're etched into PUBG history. What a feed from Fury. Surely they regroup.
Yeah, I have to at that point. Studios on the south side. It's no longer going to be Pro, and He Yang is obviously center point. Do wonder, are they going for that compound, and they might clash with Newhouse?
Oh, this is greedy.
Yeah, okay, they've been beaten to the punch.
As well.
Yeah, at that point, you got to give up on it completely. They don't have the numbers. They could have also, I think, seen, like, if you look at where Long K and T1706 still coming on the backside near the tree line, I think they may have just been able to see that. So between hearing the vehicles pull up close at the compound and then seeing the ones further back, they clearly knew, outnumbered, beaten to the punch, and they will have to succumb to this. And Newhouse Esports, for the second game in a row, probably outpositioned Fury.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because Fury's position, you look at it, it's a big city. You can't realistically hold all 4 corners of that city, and so you kind of submit yourself to just kind of playing on one side of the city, limiting yourself for options. If you have the compound that Newhouse have, you can go all 4 ways pretty comfortably. That's not the case for Fury right now. Case in point, Buriram have just pulled up on their south and completely limited that as an option. Fury now have to position themselves towards the north. They're going to be constantly pressured by Buriram. If this circle goes north as well, they're going to have to watch their back and focus on in front of them as well. It's not like this is a bad play by Fury by any means. It's what they had and it's what they have to work with. But there are some limitations, I suppose, to holding a big city like this.
That is a solo man on the pickup system of Patret. Now the members of Q Confirmed coming in from the north side. He's just being able to kind of scout out Ho Hyang. And he also is going to make his way in along with Q Confirmed. And yeah, this is the downside to really playing inside of a city. And it's not even a massive city either. As you said, very difficult to also contain the borders of it. QC, I think, might come in on the eastern side of the city. There's Esquilusia. Cool name. Good player. But he is dead. Ho Hyang picks up the kill for Tankoa. John has been knocked. But that's at least a important kill to start the game for DK on the board. Blues Lane nade to try and just displace Flocky, but he's not inside of it. He's on the backside of that little rock. Vinamilk trying to get John out of there. Thunderstone collects the kill. Vinamilk to just play behind the tree. Back inside of the vehicle and maybe get out of here. No, just repositions. Playing football, the Purple Mood getting very aggressive and chasing down these kills that they think they can look to capture. Venomilk has stayed at the rock. Thunders has got to be aware of this. Getting shot at by Huang. Knocked down. He should know that Venomilk is here. Venomilk just comes out anyway. Hipfire spray. Running around with the Org. Very low. Flash. Knows he's going to get pushed here. Probably needs to re-peek. Hello, it's a Panzerfaust. That should be the end of Venomilk.
Oh my god!
Right to the face.
Oh, dude, that is confidence from Flucky. Unreal. Saved as well. He saved Thunders there as Thunders was pushing up in the open, completely exposed. He copped about 75% damage, and then Flucky was there in the background to save him from actually going down. I love that. I mean, I love that it's just become meta now to go close range with a Panzerfaust and save yourself the stress of the 1v1. Who needs a skillful 1v1 when you can just click mouse one and get the job done? Who cares if you even get knocked? It's not like you're going to get flushed. You got teammates up still. So it works perfectly for Purple Mood there, and you can't be mad.
Spray control, what's that? You don't have to worry about recoil. Oh,
Skill?
Northern Shift as that is basically the opposite of what happened for Newhouse Esport back on Erengal, Russell. This time it does not pay off for them. In saying that, I don't think it really pays off for Fury either. I mean, pushing out Ho Yang with a circle like this is not going to be necessarily easy. Teams at the back trying to push up, trying to get themselves new position. There's a lot of field play as well, especially to the sort of northeastern part of this. But I kind of like what I see for FW Esports that do have themselves a decent split, even towards Bucks and Sun, which is where Unicorn, Cyber, and RXC are fighting here on our screen. I don't mind this either. Because if you're Unicorn Cyber, you clear out RXC, you've basically got this western side nice and cleared. No one's going to be able to hug you behind you, and you can play a higher elevated position going into P3, P4.
Yeah, I feel like Unicorn Cyber need to go deeper into the zone to get the correct angles onto RXC to finish them off as quickly as they possibly can. But as soon as they go deeper into the zone, they're going to expose themselves to the likes of FW and T5. So they got to balance themselves out at the moment and not lose as many members as they can, because you're right, that's a solid spot for them to be in. Maybe a little bit open in that spot, but still a very solid spot to be in. A couple of teams going to be making raps as well. Cerberus, one of them, Armory Gaming, they're doing a bit of a group up to Riz and Dynasty. And Cerberus, they're copying it right now on the edge of zone. Oh no, Solol's needs to hit a tree. It's not going to bode well for him. Tycon's already about 30% HP as well. Riz should be able to get this if we know the... 26, not enough. 4 HP or something left on Tycon, and Sololzi eventually did go down as he did hit that tree. And RXC, I guess it's NGE who've decided to show up.
Ooh, Thanahan with a knockback. He did die and lose his life for it, but got one. Bow LP can't push out of this rock position to go and help 6, 7, 8, 9. Shots here from Akita. No Monty for Exo Clan, and now Akita knows that he is getting pushed on. Nade to go out, needs to just run away. Plays the backside, like the angle from here. Love now the chance where he can take the fight against James. Got a good spray. Akita playing this as well as he possibly can as the solo. Smokes to go out, clearly getting a bit of help as well. Inside with a knock on to Tycon, but they need to turn the attention over towards Armory Gaming. Flash, and again the smoke as well so he can get the cross. I don't think I've seen someone play sort of just reposition as well as this in a long, long while. As Cow and Luke 12 combine onto Newhouse, they make the push actually onto Fury. It's Newhouse who pushed into Fury. Panzerfaust, bang, another one. Welcome to the show. 3 kills for Fury. Newhouse tried to push into Ho Yang. Their southern side compound didn't work out for them. Pushed into the city, into Fury. They lose the fight. Fury will take the kills, up into 2nd place overall.
You cannot ask much more from Fury. They are kind of stuck in that spot in Ho Yang, and they defend it as perfectly as you can. A good amount of aggression as well from Luke there. He knows that if he lets that player live, Panzerfaust or not, it's going to be a problem. So risks his life for it maybe, but gets it done in the end. Fury keep 4 up and a fantastic spot as well. This circle could change things, but it doesn't. Fury remained kind of central, most central on Luke. Purple Mood with Thanawat and their teammates stuck in a little bit of that field there, just trying to survive. And there's a lot of action going to be happening on this west side. FW's in the spot that all these teams that we're looking at right now are kind of fighting for. They've got to get this fight done before they can do anything, and NGE looks like they're just backing off. They don't really want this. Not a fight that they want to take. I think they see a South Wrap as probably the most ideal thing they can do right now.
Yeah, probably smart as well. I think NGE are at their best when they don't second guess themselves. They try and play a little bit safe. Don't get too overzealous.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Raze. Yeah, it's just 1-2 and that easy. David knocked out. Raze with the Mark 14. Makes quick work of him. Headshot. Nice shot back, though, by Who Dat. And Raze is wondering, who is that now? Is he hitting me from that kind of distance? Well, It's just that kind of lobby raise. You can do it, so can probably everyone else. High Command rolls up to the shack with Insight, and the two of them meet their demise to Purple Mood Esports, Thanoa and Flucky to get the kills. It's a rough start for EXO. 5 points through the first 3 games.
I haven't really seen them in a spot to actually capitalize on anything. Looks like they're always on the back foot in these first few games. Definitely a team that can turn it around, though, as most of these teams are. Luke 12, knock on the Purple Mood. Q-Confirm making their way inside as well, but Armory Gaming hot on their heels. Really, really close to Q-Confirm right now. Defensive nades being thrown out from Q-Confirm's members, maybe a little bit over-aggressive from Petra. Maybe just wanted to change angles, get something done, but he loses his life for it, and Confirmed as well. But a good knock back from Opons. Armory Gaming, this isn't going to be theirs for free. They got that opening knock. This building will at least be theirs for free, but it's not just QC that Armory Gaming have to worry about. You can see the angles that Fury will have down this street towards Armory's position. It's not going to be easy. They can definitely weave through, though. I feel like they can get into these buildings, take their time, get rid of the rest of Q-Confirm, and make it work. But right now, they're just going to sit. They're in zone, no reason to move, get aggressive, lose anything. Tycon eventually goes down. That Cerberus gone. And there's a lot of action going on in that city, as you would expect when it's this central.
Yeah, been a good start for Fury. Just 8 points behind first place. Fap, we've seen him in this position before. Not quite a solo, but right now by himself as Dalwin with the perfect nade for the Expendables. And we'll confirm him with the second one. Bao, Alp out for Rapsiak Esports, and they are still on a donut after 3 games played for our lovely fuzzy clowns from Vietnam. Still no points for them. And a rough start to the grand finals after a tremendous performance in the last chance qualifiers, as Hakai is the last one up for New Generation Esports. 24 seconds until phase number 5, as Ho Hyang has turned into really the central point for this game 3 of Tago. The Clyde is trying to avoid these nades. You can see X-Men on the move as well on your screens in the minimap, pushing in towards Fury. Expect that to be a fight that kicks off as Leo, Upchen, both knocked immediately on the entry. One by the vehicle of the other. Upchen stolen though by Thunder, so Fury can't even capitalize and get the kill that they deserved until Sneak Attack confirms at least one. With the nade onto Leo, Thunder stealing that one from 160 meters away. And the circle, again, straight onto Ho Hyang. And I think we know where we're finishing, Russell.
Oh, yeah, we absolutely do. That had to be clean from X-Men. I don't know if that spot is entirely ideal for X-Men, but it's a spot closer to the center of zone. And that's what they needed at this moment in time. They need to get off the edge, put themselves in the center. A 2-2 is probably the best thing they can do, but they mess it up. They get knocked by Cow, and then, of course, the vehicle knock is devastating to end it. So X-Men, worse for wear. And this is the spot. In the previous circle, I suppose this was one of the best spots in zone. Right now, it's out, though. So both these teams are fighting for just their lives, and then maybe a spot in the next zone. Unicorn Cyber and FW going at it on the edge. A couple players looking towards center, trying to desperately get info while their teammates take 1v1s. Yeah, TE getting involved now as well. You can see T5 wanting to get involved as well. It's going to be more chaos on the west.
Dark Juice on the backside gets the kill onto Banana One, who was already knocked anyway by Unicorn Cyber, and as you said, the chaos just continues to ensue. You've basically got the battle of the Northwest Fields, and then you've got the battle inside the city. Raze gets caught at the tree, probably didn't realize that Hudat was already in a sort of backfield position behind him. You can see the way that Raze was still looking at the tree. I think he was still anticipating them to be in front of him. Gets caught from behind. Director 5 have made their way in, but they haven't really got a lot of information, not a lot of vision to straight knock them. Now they peek over, they can spot Demon back into the blue as well. Unicorn Cyber split up. Expendables have gotten into their vehicle. They are getting out of here. It is only the duo, so they don't really feel the need to full fight this, and T5 will benefit the most. Hatsua, Rossiter Jr. collect the kills. 10th place for UNC. Out they go. 9th at the moment overall. Just the 8 points. It's been a rough start for them, and actually kind of turning into a little bit of a top-heavy lobby. There's a lot of teams on single-digit points. Buram's still alive in this game. QC, Expendables, X-Men. Can they collect points? Just keep in touch with the top half of this lobby that have started so strong through the first 3 games.
FW just kind of have to bow down to the gods that are T5 right now.
Oh my god. Oh!
Okay, that should have been potentially a kill, but Rossiter shuts it up completely. He stepped on the snake and took its head off. Bot Fluke now the last alive on the side of the hill. If T5 don't get it, Rossiter, he's just jumping around like a madman. Naraja gets it, but you can guarantee that Rossiter would have had that. There's just, he's putting fear in the eyes of FW by jumping around like that. Like, that is such confidence from T5. It's scary to have that this early on. I don't know how Rossiter got that kill either. That was so quick. As soon as he stepped on him, he was dead.
Yep. Snake was unable to strike first. Luke 12 with a good knock on the hat. So what does T5 make their entry into the main city? Nordra will confirm the kill though, steals that away. Handy point for Buriram as we head into the phase 6 circle now. Up to the north we go. Okay, cuts it in half. Yeah, Buriram are gonna have to fight their way forward. T5 oversent it too, so they've kind of overshot their landing. Purple Mood don't really have to move now. If they want, they can kind of play the fields from here. They're the only team out in the fields. Tarnish solo, but I wouldn't really be counting on him. You can see all the way on the right-hand side of your screen at the back. Super far away, not inside of the circle. Won't have much of a chance to move. Oh my god, that was nuts from Sneak Attack. Double shot, headshot, and Cheeksing as he falls out of the window. The nade though, that's going to just bounce off. Door was closed, and it's going to be a safe revive for QC.
That would have been a great nade if the player was outside and it had gone over that fence. How the tides change in PUBG Esports Purple Mood. Previously, you saw them on the minimap, just sat, all three of them, where Fluky is right now, just bunkered down, trying to survive. And now they have the most zone control out of anyone in the lobby, bar Fury, with their massive spread inside the city. Looks like they can't really step up right now and be as aggressive as they'd like. Tarnish is the one that they're going to have the best angle on as he enters their field. Fluky with the high ground, try to get that done. Cal and Luke 12 combine onto QC. T5 as well, absolutely a presence inside the city. Tarnished goes down. He thought maybe he could get something done, but he can't. He enters the field, and Purple Mood deal with him as quickly as he entered. The Fury need to be very clean here. They've had this central spot for basically the entire game. To throw it away now would be devastating for them, because you know guaranteed they're at least in the top 3 right now if this zone goes towards them. So losing Cow here would be devastating. Looks like Luke's going to get him though. Sneak Attack doing his best to defend, although those smokes are pretty good. That said, the entire open front yard of that building is completely open. Sneak Attack would have them if T5 pushed across. They're not going to. Good discipline from T5. And we'll go back to being a little bit more quiet for the moment.
Yeah, Fury just cautious there. Big sort of room with a lot of windows, so it's very easy to just throw some nades in, even from across the road. That's how Cal was knocked in the first place. So Luke was a little hesitant, you know, not quite safe res territory. Even though he's inside of a building, it was certainly susceptible to nades, as Rossiter Jr. just trying to use the hay bale to maybe peek over the other side of that fence and get himself some extra information. As Q confirmed, Opon's, he'll just bleed out in the middle of the road and maybe just see if he can get something extra, or maybe he sneaks his way in. There could be a chance that Cheeksing does go over and get the revive. I don't know if he's going to go for it or not. Yeah, he will. Okay. Now, they made this work somehow. I guess it's redemption for earlier, where Cheeksing, he got double knocked by Sneak Attack, and Opon's got the revive, and now vice versa. So still 2 up for Q confirmed. 7 teams remain as we are 10 seconds away from phase 7. 25.5 minutes gone. Map 3 of the night. 6 games in total for tonight. Purple Mood, they were very much the benefactors of the phase 6 circle shift. Will they get another one their way? They do.
Okay.
No surprises with that one. And that is going to make this a death sentence now for teams inside of Hohyang. Really, the only chance you can win this game now, if you're inside of that city, is if you can somehow come out with at least 3 alive. You've got to come out as clean as possible.
Yeah. Clean
Don't
as
worry
possible.
about kills. I mean, this is the thing. You might have to give up a few kills here or there, Russell. But if you want to win the game, you have to find a way to just live.
Yeah, well, I feel like Fury in that building, same with Armory, who, by the way, have not really shown themselves in this game, but have snuck into the same strip of land or strip of buildings that Fury's in. Both those teams, I think you're right. They're probably just going to bunker down, peek the windows, defend anyone crossing the road, and hope to God that they can keep enough members alive that when it comes time to not only fight their way out of the building, but also take the fight to Purple Mood, they can get it done. They can actually do it. 4 players here would be magnificent for Fury. Armory Gaming is going to take that throne mode. They have 4 alive, and they've got a little bit more space to work with. That said, that is fantastic from Sneak Attack. Catching Fluky may be a mistake on Fluky's part. But Purple Mood, you can see that they kind of had this, in the, not necessarily in the bag, but they definitely had something to work with that feed. But losing Fluky there is devastating.
Fury playing this well. They haven't had Flood for quite some time. 7 kills as a trio. Not that far away now from top spot. Placement points on offer as well. Blue now starts to move, and he's getting a lot closer to a lot of these teams, forcing Buriram on the move, and that is going to be... Oh, I thought it was going to be another knock. Not quite. S12K is good, but it's not good enough. Kaxi gets the kill. He'll split that with Luke, 1-1 apiece between those two teams. Pushes Buriram into the top 8. Pattenpong's just spotted Thanawat. Now, this could be interesting. Could change the shape of the game, because right now, Purple Moon, dead set favorites from here, Russell. I think he thought it was a little bit closer. He's certainly a lot farther away than what that nade exploded to, as Canaxi gets a knock onto Dynasty. That's a big knock, because Dynasty's been the best player for Armory Gaming, and he really thrives in these kind of close quarter fights, early engagement as well. So to lose him early, not ideal for Armory Gaming. They need to try and get him back up.
But Duck2 is just the assassin. Threw a Molotov into that building and claims 2 with it. Unreal from him. He'll survive and then eventually go down.
Dynasty up, healing.
Oh,
Hands up through the window, very strong. Knock on to Waiki Kamukau. It's just been that kind of game for the Panther, and that is Pattenpong. Blue nade as well to finish them off. Jane peeks left side of the fence line, and the gap opening, and Thunders will sit him down. That's a big win for Thunders. I know it doesn't really seem like it because he's got position, but there's only the 2 players now, Thanawat and Thunders. He goes down, that's probably Purple Moon done for the game. It now gives them a really good chance of battling these teams as they come out of the city. Riz has gone down to Dynasty and Shanks for Armory Gaming. It is an extremely wounded finish here. T5 with 3 players up. Said it before, Russell, if you want to win from coming out of Hokiang, you got to have 3 up. Well, so far, they've got the 3 up. They've got the numbers, even over PLM, who are down to just the 2 players.
Yeah, although this is kind of the script that PLM want to work with, especially with that. Dynasty, again, consistent as ever with these frags. T5, as soon as you give them a little bit of praise for having 3 up, they lose 2 just like that. Purple Moon, exactly what they wanted. 2 incredibly weakened teams. One of them probably about to go down in T5 if Armory Gaming have the angles, but it looks like Thanawat's going to have the angles anyway. That spray's messy. Can he get the shoulder of Rossett? He can't do it. Take out the DMR and get it done. That was dodgy, but now it's looking much better for PLM. Shanks, he's in a 1v2 over the ridge. Can he get it onto him? He can. Thunders goes down. Don't do this. Don't do this to them.
Armory Gaming had that classic 3rd place, 16 kill performance on the final night of the last chance qualifiers in the final game to offset day trade, and made their way into the grand finals. Currently 1st place. Thanawat does not want to try and give him space to get up. Shanks, the flash does maybe allow him to just peek over the ridge, spots him in the vehicle. Another flash, has to probably play off of this though, off the information that he has. He's played it well, but they got double flash. They'll both go wide, seeing nothing but stars as Thanawat lands the tag onto Shanks. Does he heal off this? He can't. Thanawat's just pushing, aggressive through the little bush. Thanawat and Purple Moon get the 15 kill win. They take top spot over AG. It's all Thailand though for night 1 of the grand finals so far through the first 3 games.
Oh, that was not set in stone for Purple Moon. As soon as Flucky went down, I was nervous for Purple Moon. But even then, even if he survives, I'm going to be honest with you, if T5 hadn't suffered that double knock to Dynasty, then they can absolutely win that game. You saw there how easy it is for a team to push out like Armory Gaming did and get knocks onto Purple Moon. There's not much cover for Purple Moon besides that ridge. So if you get angles onto that ridge, then you can get it done. I'm surprised that Armory Gaming let themselves get knocked the way they did. I thought maybe they'd have a chance to kind of sneak both those players out of the city, get themselves in a 2v2. That's not exactly what ended up happening, and Purple Moon were able to recover it. They looked like they were going to get the win, so I'm thankful that they did, because that would have been a really devastating one to lose. And 15 kills as well, that is stunning, truly stunning.
Certainly a team that has the capabilities of being a winning team is Purple Moon. Back in Thailand Series 1, finishing 2nd. Had a lackluster Series 2, but clearly a strong performance once again here at the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Really good start to the night for them, for AG, for a lot of these teams from Thailand. All starting really well here for the grand finals. Halfway through night 1, as we will be going to a break. On the other side of it, we head to Vikendi.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to go over a very epic 1v3 from Raze in an endgame on Taego. In this endgame, it's a four-way fight between a lot of teams coming out of market on Taego, and my kind of thoughts going into this game were that Nosh didn't really have a chance, FTF were really struggling and they had low numbers, so I didn't really think that those two had any chance to actually win the game, although I suppose Nosh maybe had a little chance to do it. The real two teams I was looking at were Dankoa and, of course, FW. Dankoa is interesting because they had high ground. They had the roofs, they had all the advantage to kind of utilize that high ground and win the game from there. That's their unique position that they had in this game, whereas FW didn't have that. FW was locked inside this building, and they've just got to fight anyone that runs out their doorway. They do it kind of successfully too. Unfortunately for Dankoa, that high ground doesn't really amount to anything. Hien goes for an epic jump onto the roof that I was certain would win them the game, and it doesn't. He kind of whiffs, he misses a few shots. FW are able to live through that, but somehow they kind of wrangle it back. FW lose a lot of members, probably thanks to FTF's pressure as well. In the end, it comes down to a 1v3 between Raze and the members of DK, and Raze kind of had a very simple position to get this done from. He was on the low ground. Didn't really matter that DK had the high ground. He peeks right, he peeks left to get these 1v1s off, and then from there, it's just a very clean 1v1. He had applied enough pressure and taken a spot in the zone that was just fantastic to take that 1v3 from. That was very, very, very clean from Raze, and if you want to see more Raze, you can catch him in the grand finals of the Asia Super Cup Winter, January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got three types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a battle-ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Well, a fascinating start here for the grand finals, Russell, through the first three games, and so far we've seen some really good matches, some good quality PUBG, and clearly a region that's probably doing a little bit better right now. I think that's fair to say. Thailand at the moment on top, as Vietnam have struggled a tiny bit. I mean, they've had some good moments. Newhouse Esports probably being their main rep, but so far Thailand really showing why the majority of their teams qualified through the group stage.
They're a strong region. They have objectively strong players. You wouldn't be surprised. And Vietnam, as you said, I think probably is that, hot flash in the pan moment kind of region that has an incredibly high peak, and then they can kind of have that inconsistency. We've seen that with a couple of the teams in that region as well. But take a look at the leaderboard. It is looking quite spicy at the moment. None of the teams that at least I would peg to be in the top 3 are there at the moment. They're kind of lower down. But, I mean, yeah, look, 24 games left. I don't know how much we can really make of a leaderboard like this, but there's certainly a decent amount to talk about.
Yeah, you can see, of course, 5 out of the 8 are from Thailand in terms of the current top 8. 1 from Australia, 2 from Vietnam. New House Esports, of course, getting that win on Erangel and for Cerberus. Well, they've been pretty consistent. 13 kills, 10 points. They're doing it in both categories, as are a couple of other teams. And so far, again, it's only through the first 3 games, Russell, as you kind of pointed out. And so you don't get too overexcited for the teams that have started really well, and I guess there's a couple of them really when you kind of look at that top 4. Purple Mood, AG, New House, Fury, all 30 plus, and then there's already that 10-point gap. I mean, that's probably not too alarming as we've only played the 3 games, but the fact that it's already 10 points there and then like another 7 points between just 7th and 8th, and the fact that there's so many teams still in single digits from TE down to RXE, 10th to 16th, all single digits, all struggling to really get deep into these games. Placement points are hard to come by for them, and some of them not even finding their kills. A bit surprised with really how EXO, X-Men, QC, Unicorn, TE, those teams, for me personally, I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, you'd think that they'd be at least able to keep up the kill points per game, and maybe if, they're having rough circles or their macros a little bit off, then you wouldn't expect them to get the placement points. But yeah, the kill points, certainly you'd expect at least TE to be able to keep up with them, but they just aren't. But again, it's so weird to talk about a leaderboard after 3 games when we have 24 total. It's really weird to talk about. So we're gonna have to grab the kind of micro narratives, I suppose, but it's still fun to look at.
I mean, to be fair, you can kind of look at it not so much in terms of like, oh, who's winning and who's leading, but really just who's starting well, who's got that platform that they're building off. And I think anytime we look at these kind of tournaments, if you go, probably not by the first 3 games, we haven't got a sample size that's big enough, but through, say, the first 9, 6 games, quarter of the way through, you got to then take that top 5. And I can tell you right now, when you kind of look at things historically, like out of that top 5, 2 or 3 of those go on to have really good tournaments, right? And maybe 1 or 2 maybe drop off by the next couple of nights. So it does mean if you're not in that top 5, your chances statistically are a lot lower that you're going to finish the tournament off as one of those top teams. So realistically, you do want to start well. You do want to be amongst this group. You do want to be just playing well for the sake of playing well. When we kind of look at this tournament as a curtain raiser for 2024, Russell, and we've spoken about it at length, you want to be taking this form from this kind of tournament, a lot on the line, stacked lobby, about as stacked as it's going to get in APAC outside of actually qualifying for like a PGS. This is where you want to be playing your best PUBG. If you're just going to limp to the finish line in the grand finals, it doesn't bode well for 2024.
No, you want to make the most of a moment like this, even if you come bottom 8 or bottom 6, whatever it is, you don't really place super high. You want to have made the most out of a lobby like this. This is, we're going to keep saying it because it is. It's incredibly strong, and you want to be able to get yourself into probably the most important practice that you can get in PUBG, which is that late game practice. Pro players have run scrims specifically designed with late game practice in mind in the past because that late game practice is important. So even if you're going to suck this tournament or you're not going to live up to your expectations, at least put yourself in as many end games as you can, because like we've said before, no mistakes are allowed. These guys are going to punish you, and when you're punished, you will learn. You make mistakes, you learn from them. Going into 2024, this is a fantastic lobby to put you in the right mindset. No, you can't get complacent, essentially, and that's going to put you in a fantastic mindset going into the regional series, and it might even bode well qualifying to the PGSs and then eventually PGC.
Yeah, and also I think then just from the team perspective as well, when sometimes you start a little bit slow, what's the team morale like? Do you just kind of throw the cards in? You have to know, okay, there's plenty of games. Yes, we're starting behind, so your X-Men's, your Exos, your TEs, your Unicorns, QC, all on single digits. Are they able to, mentally keep themselves as a team in check going into these last 3 games? Even if you have one bad night, when there's 4 nights overall, you probably can turn it around. The only problem is you don't then have the ability to afford to just have good nights. You have to have great nights. As we see the drop over towards Lumberyard, not for the first time in this tournament. We've seen this a couple of times. Every time we come to Vikendi, we come to Lumberyard to begin with. There's Bao, LP putting the M16 to good use, trying to get the initial knockdown, take the fight to AG. But this is where RXC are at their best. As weird as it is, Russell, like in a tournament and a lobby like this, I want to see them taking these early game fights. Just unfortunately that Bao LP gets caught as he's trying to get himself a bit of a high ground. The AK is much better for James than the M16. Danahan with the M4, he meets his demise at the hands of Devasty, top player in this lobby, in this region. 2 down for RXC. And even these scrappy early fights, these hot drops, not going their way. It's not been their night.
Damn, you saw with Thanahan there, if he crouched, I mean, he was crouched and his upper half was still exposed. If he backed off the logs that he was on, or the wood that he was on, he would have been exposed. He put himself, by jumping up onto that that stack of wood there, he put himself in a really rough spot. You can see here, Dynasty, when he's crouching looting, his upper half is still exposed. So Thanahan really had no option but to commit to that fight there. He had no red dot. It was just the iron sight on the M4 up against an AK red dot with a much better way of seeing most of the player they were versing. It sucks because I'm stunned that this hot drop is still a thing. Maybe RXC were unaware that Armory was going to drop here, but you're right. We saw RXC fighting for this spot with multiple different teams during the last chance. So I don't know why this is still a thing. I don't know if it's going to continue to be a thing for the 24 games, whether you risk it for 4 out of that 24. I feel like if Armory are able to take this and then maybe tomorrow night's Vikendi as well, if this is going to continue this way, then RXC might just back off. I feel like on Vikendi, you can probably loot multiple, you know, little compounds and get exactly what you need and not take an early fight. But RXC are the type of team to want to take the early fights, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, they both know because they both posted it in the drop channel. So, you know, and obviously this is not the first time that this has happened, right? So there's history as well. So I think for RXC, I actually kind of like it for them more than maybe AG, but AG aren't going to be the ones to, you know, give this away. They're playing well. They're second. So I actually think this is one of those rare instances where there's incentive, and rightfully so incentive for both teams, but for different ends of the spectrum. Like for AG, you're playing well. You're second. You don't want to be just giving away your drop spot to the team that's dead last. But the team that's in dead last, they actually play their best PUBG when they're fighting early and it's scrappy. And, you know, both teams haven't maybe got the best weaponry or the best armor and the best positions and, you know, the best util. That's when RXC, I think, excel and do a little bit better. Clearly, just lost the drop here, as you can do on a hot drop, hence why some teams don't really like to do it, and now find themselves as just the duo. And it is also just one map. It's just it's one game of Vikendi. You move on. You don't have to worry about it. We head to Miramar after this, so it's not like you have to worry about the extended nature of it. So, as weird as it sounds, I think this was the right play from both teams, and I think it's gone about the way I would have anticipated it because of the way AG are playing. We have a very northern circle, by the way, for phase 1. We haven't really touched on it because of the Lumberyard hot drop, but it is extremely far north.
QC in the dead center of it as well. 4-man up in a compound. They're absolutely hoping it stays that way for the remainder of the game. On a zone like this as well, you can either go east or west, really. Kind of come up the center, but probably doesn't look as good on camera. NG rotating past Armory. Got a decent split, but they weren't really set up for it. Nice headshot. And nothing will come of it.
Oh,
bang. Oh, he's pulled up, committed.
There's the corner. Good nade usage. I think he didn't realize he's going all the way back out. I think he still thinks he's here. Wait, but he's got Dynasty there watching it. That's, that's a little bit strange. Spotted the tree. Van Knight goes down anyway. Double pull up. James with Riz, and they were able to get the kill. Hakai watching at the tree line. And NGE started this, for what it's worth. They took the shots onto AG, who were just driving by. And then they took the shots and they pulled up here at the gas station and they wanted to take this fight. I think and I think this is a classic case of miscommunication because there was a couple of members of NGE that kept driving past, 2 that stopped. And unfortunately, the ones that have stopped to come off second best. And FAP, I mean, now they're getting pushed on by FW Esports. So this is just classic Vikendi. Happens on Tago all the time as well. Teams pull up, take a fight on the rotate. Bang, here comes another team. They're on the rotate. They pull up. They want to get involved. FW's got nothing to lose here. No teams at their back. They're just third partying. Easy double kill. Botfluke and Raze will collect their checks here. Or maybe not that easy, though. Hakai with the knockdown onto Raze, jumping around. He's caught him at the back. He's going to be dead. Raze is dead.
Yeah.
He's probably wondering, why the hell is Hakai even here? What is NGE doing? Why are they playing the fight at the gas station and then you're all the way back here?
Yeah, it's one of those moments where your miscommunication from NGE actually kind of nets them a kill, although it's just one and it's not what you want. Definitely not what you want. Although, to be fair as well, FW
James
have
knocked as
all the
well.
info in this situation. Oh, no way. Oh, come on.
Can he flush him? Fongdo obviously just gets overwhelmed by the DBS of Riz, and James does not get flushed, and he does make his way safely behind the fence line. So that is it was a strange fight. Hakai, I think, drives away here, gets away. FW may pursue a little bit. By the way, this is really far away from Circle 1. We've got 3 minutes until Phase 2, and these guys are very much down to the southern side of Vikendi. You can see just barely showing up on our screen with how far north this Phase 1 circle has actually gone. This fight is not even, related to position inside of P1. Had that been the case, you could maybe arm and R and maybe say, okay, here's why they're all doing this. But it's just a classic case of rotational fighting. One team takes a pot shot, the other one doesn't like it, they get out, they fight back, third team comes, and it's just all a bit of a mess.
Yeah, and these teams aren't ones to shy away from a fight like that. In a stacked 16-team international lobby with Europeans and all the other fantastic regions, you might see teams shy away from doing something like that and prioritize circle positioning. But on Vikendi, you can maneuver your way into the zone a lot easier than with all the landmarks on Erangel and Miramar. So FW pull up probably fully confident that they're able to just get what they can from that and move on, but they end up losing one to it, which is also a byproduct of kind of laser focusing on that gas station. They don't really have full info on that fight. They'd like to think that they have full info on that fight, but they don't. And so Hakai is able to pull off a nice little flank. EXO, definitely a team that I kind of want to see I honestly want to see this team do better than Fury. Not necessarily regional rivals right now, as this Fury roster isn't real. So I kind of want EXO to outdo Fury in this tournament and prove that they are the number one. Oh, Sluke, sharp as ever. Sophia goes down. Upchen just gets away with it. That was incredibly smooth from Luke. And when he was making those switches onto Upchen as well, you could see him potentially getting that double heady. It didn't happen. Upchen skates away with his life.
1.5 until phase number 2. Yeah, and X-Men's another team like Rapsiak that just haven't been able to get things to go their way so far tonight. Disappointing. They had such a tremendous group stage, a lot of fun. But it's been a strange old night for them. I think Dankoa probably another one that's, just slipped into this grand final more than, really kind of, barged the door down. Had a really strong night back in the last chance quals, winning 2 of their first 4 games. After that, they didn't feature in the top 5 only one more time after that for the rest of the LCQ. So did their work early on. And yeah, I think it's also fair to say when you kind of look at a 16-team lobby like this, you're probably looking at your DKs, your RXCs as being on the lower end of the scale. I think that's just rightfully so. Even if you look at Vietnam regionally, 6th, 8th, Newhouse is the one that probably doesn't go well with that flow, being 7th back in the Vietnam Series of 4, but now 4th here in the grand finals, clearly, rising to a different level. Dankoa Gaming have shown some good things as well, especially ever since Vitamilk made his way in to the roster. You think back in, I know it was definitely group stage that Jundi, and that's an easy spray down on Vinsu. I mean, they just no awareness there that obviously 777 was going to be in this vicinity. How can you? It's really hard to kind of spot from that kind of angle. They're just on the rotate, not really doing a whole lot wrong. And really easy to just drive by on Vikendi, and sometimes someone is 2 feet away from you. RXC, night just goes from bad to worse. 1 player left, 6, 7, 8, 9, and soon to be at the 10-minute mark, fitting, but probably almost eliminated for RXC, and still 0 points through 4 games.
This goes to a very interesting location, a bit more north of one that we saw in the LCQ along this frozen over river. PLM will be on the very northern side, trying to group up with Thanawat, who looks like he's got some very good high ground to get a lot of info and potentially kills in this zone. QC obviously controlling the spot that they have, although they've probably got a tall task defending all 4 sides of the observation. 777 rotating past as well. TE kind of going through, taking little pot shots here and there, but not really much pressure to TE right now to get this rotation done. They're kind of doing this for free. Makes sense, everyone else is kind of rotating alongside them, but they don't really have info on the north. They're gonna have to find themselves a good spot to potentially leapfrog. That was clean from Delwyn. So they take the fight towards QC.
Yeah, Fury playing the coast here. Not really the best of positions in terms of this circle shift. No roster changes for the Expendables tonight. No Brownie. go Ninja 2K. They have kept the same core 4 despite having a core 6 roster. Nice little angle there for Delwyn, but unable to connect. In fact, cops a nade in the back, courtesy of Cheeksing, who got a really good throw from that kind of angle to get it through the window. Tarnish doing some drifting out in the snow. Hoang has had a tumble. Pat and Pong and the rest of T5 trying to take some pot shots here just to the west of the observatory. Open ice lake as X-Men drive straight through, and to their demise, Hakai was waiting for them.
Damn. Damn,
Wow.
damn.
It's the same bottom two again, Russell.
Yeah, yep. Gone. It's rough because when I look at X-Men especially, when we've been observing them in the past, they're a team that I think can probably handle themselves well in pressure situations, given
on the
their
board.
history. 6, 7, 8, 9 does it for them, and unfortunately, it's against our countrymen in Fury. But I don't mind that. Sneak attack, probably going to cop that nade, or at least a little bit of damage. The Saiga up close. He's got to avoid peeking through these windows. Unless it's going to be a guaranteed fight for him. He's wanting these guys to get up close, daring them to get ever so closer to him. The barrel's going to have to come out. He's going to vault in. This is where he's going to have to get it done. Opening the door.
Oh, sneak attack!
At least one onto sneak attack.
And a blizzard.
Oh, this is perfect.
Oh my god, he could wipe them. He could actually 1v4 them. This is very real. Luke and Cal know kind of where he is roughly. Flash. Wait, do they know? Because he's actually outside the building.
I don't know how they would know. Their ears are going to be completely destroyed by the blizzard, as well as their vision.
I think I'm almost dead set certain they thought he was inside the bathroom, and then they threw the flash in. He's not in there. They've cleared it.
Yeah.
He's outside. This is winnable. He's got enough left in the Saga as well. By the way, Expendable has been wiped out. Is that close enough vision? No, Cal, very quick. Oh, that was nerve-wracking. No one ever likes to get 1v4'd by a solo. He gets 2 for good measure. The irony in all of that is Sneak Attack was the one who really snuck upon as he was opening the door. Bam, there comes the guy they're all chasing. And the Saga up close does obviously a tremendous amount of damage very quickly as we get our phase 3 circle onto the observatory and along with the Ice Lake, which is where T5 Purple moved, both occupying the north and south side of the lake. Ooh. And good positions for them. Don't know, I'm assuming Hakai has got himself a bowl. Almost said Haisaki.
Yeah. I don't know how PLM play this because they kind of have to position themselves to focus on one side because either side of PLM, I mean, it's the mainland. It's all going to be ideal for teams to take. So PLM are going to have a tall task here. Armory Gaming up against Brew, and Brew around to rip them apart so far. Edie, Can's there to back him up. James thought he had it, but Can was on the backside.
He did have it, yeah. If it wasn't for Can, he definitely was going to get that kill, or at least a knock. Buram's still 4 up. Armory Gaming, they don't lose fights like this too easily, at least here in the Asia Super Cup. You can typically bank, Dynasty to get a couple and really open up the fight. He wasn't able to win his battle. James obviously lost his life, but he didn't really do much wrong. Just a bit of help from Can, used the numbers well. Buram, this is one of their strengths. And even inside of that smoke, the nades still just peppering onto Shanks back into the warehouse. And that is just straight up blue. These guys are very far away from this circle. Phase 3 shift, as June and Vinamilk will confirm. Mikey Kamuka and Luke 12. It's been a good night for Fury, but not a good Vikendi. Out in the cold and a good spray from Shanks. What can you do there if you're Edie? Shrug your shoulders. Probably let out a sigh. Nothing more that could have been done from his position. Just a really good spray. Well rewarded. Gets the kill.
Yep.
And obviously a minute or so away from phase 4.
Smart from Brew to get out of there, but sometimes you have to rip that band-aid off and a little bit of hair comes with it. It is the hair in this situation. Unlucky for him. Although Bruce still have a decent spot on the western side of zone, they can set themselves up and get a lot of info, actually, to be fair. And Armory Gaming, they eventually do fall. Can. Decent from him. 3 kills so far this game. Been solid on the backline's cover. At least so far. And they will be able to get in. I don't know how good their spot is. I reckon they can probably get a lot of info. They're just going to have to utilize that info in incredibly good ways. Because PLM are going to control the north, and then I think crossing that Frozen Over River is going to be very difficult for them. See what Brew can do. PLM, they've opted to hold a lot. 2 people under the bridge for PLM. You're looking at them right now. Rossiter staring them down. I wonder how this is going to play out. They're putting a 3rd man over here as well, or Fluky's getting out of here. Yeah, Fluky's getting out. Trying to group up. I think they realize a little bit of pressure is going to come from elsewhere under the bridge. Isn't really a prio spot right now. T5 taking shots at Cerberus off in the distance, who, by the way, have a fantastic spot on the south. T5 as well. You're hoping they keep their cars up so they can actually leave this frozen over river when the time comes.
Well, phase 4, the time has arrived. Does it stay on the lake? It does, and that's pretty good for T5. Purple Mood, they've got themselves good positions because of the earlier work done at the back end of phase 3. No kills yet for Theraton 5, but they'll like the position that they're in for the long haul. It's been kind of just a thereabouts night for them. 22 points through the first 3 games. That's fine. You're just kind of ticking along as Hudat will parachute down. And he'll be probably under fire by a lot of team. Water strikes coming in as well. Hudat did eventually lose his life, by the way. So yeah, this is the price you can pay when you do send the solo pickup parachute, Russell. People, you know, want to use it to scout, get information, rightfully so. And then the others all bring vehicles. That's usually a good way to use it. But when you're using it this late, phase 4, a lot of teams have good high ground positions around observatory. When you parachute into the position you want, you are so vulnerable.
Yeah. Water kill there, by the way, from Buram. Or knock, sorry. But yeah, you're right. In a zone like this, you're very exposed. Lots of high grounds, to be fair, that you should definitely be wary of. And if you're going to play towards the lower side of the coast, along the river, then the other side of the river is probably going to have eyes on you. Survival game for a lot of these teams right now. And when Observatory is out, if it is out in the end, well, there's 4 teams in there that have to leave. Unicorn Cyber doing their best to survive, but it's not really working right now. The smokes aren't enough. The car that they have isn't enough. I mean, you can see from this angle, Cheeks King is loving life right now. A little bit lower on the ridge, and that smoke doesn't help either, but he can see their heads. He knows exactly where they are, and that's half the battle here. Just having 100% info on where Unicorn Cyber are.
No frags.
Is all Q-Confirm really need. Yeah, no frags, unlucky Molly, but you wouldn't throw that from this distance. And yeah, exactly. Once you have the info, you know how to play it to get the right angle to get the kills.
Yeah. Yeah, and also seeing them go prone, knowing their kind of defense mode, they're not going to have to worry about UNC pushing in behind them as they maybe clear out Observatory going into phase 5, 6, depending on what the circle does. Kids can getting good information, high command, good spray on to 6 sacks. EXO needed that. It's been a rough night for them. Just their first kill of this game, 6 points through the first 4, is probably the slowest that we've seen from EXO Clan this tournament thus far.
Yep.
They've had some really good moments. They haven't really had many bad moments either, so you definitely don't want to show your worst in the grand finals. Just the 3 players for them, but a lobby that already has quite a lot of teams with just the 3 players. 20 seconds away from phase number 5.
Look at this
DK,
spot.
good high ground, yeah.
This is so good. We've got 250 bullets as well. Oh, yeah. This is the dream position as a player. Maybe if you take your time, you can guarantee yourself the kill onto bot fluke. But screw it. There's a certain air of confidence, arrogance even, that comes with a position like this. You just have to keep yourself in check. Make sure you don't lose your head. That damage will come out. Bot fluke is going to stand still. He'll take Monty. Absolutely. And go down to the blue. So don't go, don't get him. But at least they're having fun. I know that for certain. Okay, that blizzard is so rough.
Wow. I was just about to say as well, you kind of look at that circle, it hasn't really shifted out of Observatory, keeps it in. So you kind of look at your QCs, your NHEs, and even in this case, Denkoa Gaming, they don't have to probably forfeit location. I think DK might have to forfeit this sort of ultra high ground of the Observatory. That doesn't look like that's going to remain in, at least not to the full extent. But yeah, blizzard forming, it's going to be chaotic, but probably saved by the fact that those teams on the outskirts of Observatory don't need to move. You could imagine a scenario, Russell, if this was like hard Western shift and they all had to make their way out in the blizzard. Would have been crazy. Haisaki, Sololzi, knocked. Taikon on the move to maybe try and help Hwang Long.
This is a solo. Hakai's just a solo here. He's got the first 2.
It's been a solo for quite some time as well. Well, for a second, that almost looked like a blizzard forming, but it wasn't. It was just visuals as Sakai does get the confirms onto Haisaki and Sololzi. So, yeah, not too sure. We didn't quite get to see, but it looked like to me a 2-2 split from Cerberus gets a bit backfired. So it was only 2 that ever pushed up. So technically a 1v2 win for Hakai. 2 still up for Cerberus. And they obviously do know where that solo is.
I mean, I put emphasis on it because Cerberus, they're one of the teams with 4 up. They're in a 6 spot to deal some real damage this game. And they just threw away 2 players to a solo.
Yeah. Depends if they scouted out the solo.
Yeah, I guess
I mean,
you're right.
a guy in that position at the boat, he's not going to be probably making his presence known. Go prone. If someone pushes you, get a couple of kills. Can
Not
happen.
wrong. This bridge, I'm interested in seeing this. Reminiscent of a couple iconic Vikendi bridges.
Couple of trolls
Much
underneath
more
it.
open. Yeah, absolutely. These smokes as well, next to Buram, are allowing them to do this. Smokes on the left side, Blizzard as well, helping them maintain that LOS. Sakai, you've got a different challenge this time round. It's T5. No kills in the kill feed just yet. He does go down. T5 won't make the same mistake now that Hakai is known. Rossiter takes him down. And yeah, that Blizzard, look at this. Freedom for Buram to look towards that the frozen lake.
That's
just because of
disgusting.
that Blizzard. Yeah.
Look how far it reaches as well when it's not even showing that it's technically there on the map. Buram trying to obviously keep visuals on Purple Mood down below, who spread, you know, both sides of the bridge.
Do it.
And is he aware though that they're right here? I don't know what information Buram have of Purple Mood. 2-2 split for them. Both sides of the bridge, both underneath. Phase 6 circle shift. It does continue to stay on this bridge area. That will remove quite a lot of area of the observatory. In fact, entire POI is now gone from the circles. Order knocked by Rosita Jr. Thunders is pushing up. Kant is very low. Big name from Esquilusia. And they can push on this. Look to retake a bit of high ground. And they've been able to get the double knock, converting into the kill. Thunders to put some pressure onto the bridge itself, but it's getting shot at from two different players. And now it's a knock though by EXO. They've got high ground on the eastern side of the bridge. I mean, I guess probably sort of highlighting that maybe pushing up to the top bridge was never going to be the play. So many teams and players that can see that location of the bridge, but underneath it, it's a bit safer. Then you get to the other side, you can push out like this from Thanawa, and Kida is just running for his life. Can he get away? Just barely. No, he goes down. 5 HP for Thanawa. High Command cannot get the trade.
Oh my god. Thanawa got that headshot through the legs of Akita. Hiker's on recovery now. This is what Thanawa needs to do though. PLM, the trolls under the bridge showing themselves. Oh, no way he takes them out just like that. The aggression is perfectly timed and the shots are as perfect. Akita tried to get away and he couldn't. This gives PLM so much space. That was probably their biggest threat. That was probably 100% their biggest threat. Now they have full bridge control. They just have to deal with Buram, who they've weakened through another instance of perfect timing. It's just Noadra and Kanaxi. And Kanaxi and Noadra are just going to chill on the bridge. They're not going to be able to do much. That Blizzard isn't there to help Buram anymore. They have to kind of sit behind the car cover and let PLM do what they're going to do. And PLM are just going to look straight towards Observatory. Thanawa, at least for the moment, can claim as much third party as he can.
It's early days, but there's nothing wrong with really getting out of the blocks nice and fast in Purple Mood, looking for back-to-back chicken dinners, Tago and Vikendi. Already been done before in this tournament. Nice name from you to bit of a Hail Mary throw, but it lands in the end zone onto Cheeksing with a knockdown. Q confirmed. Again, quiet night from them. And he's going for another one. He's got it. We've seen it. What?
Okay. I don't know how that didn't...
I want no. That's not allowed, Russell. It's not allowed.
That was so close. How did that not knock him? Kill him. I don't get it. Three gear, maybe. Oh, yeah, really fickle.
3 gear. Has to be. I don't know. I mean, we've seen, we know. I'm just taking the mic. It is 3 gear, by the way. That'll do it.
Yeah. Wasn't prone, but crouched also helps, I believe.
To be fair, I do wonder if they might be aware that Leon's is going to push him behind them now. He could be good for 1 or 2. You see, sometimes teams kind of think they've cleared the area, turn their attention to where the main fights and the main attraction's going to be. It's timing these first aid kits really nicely. We really kind of want to sit here because you don't just been knocked by Thanawa. I want to see what Leon's can do. Has no fray, pulls out the SLR, double knock. He can't see though because of the smokes. And even in just that little short time of scoping in, he doesn't mistime the first aid kit, but he can't see anything. No, got nothing. He'll go down. It does get them an extra placement point though, with NHE going out to Thanawa. Purple Mood, 9 kills now. And into the top 4 with all 4 players still alive. They are on the verge of back-to-back wins to start the grand finals. This is a tremendous start for them.
Oh, yoy. And now that this lobby is thinned out as well, the control they have means so much more. Now they can actually look down to Buriram. That high ground that Thanawat has, it's not a question whether it's an advantage for Purple Mood anymore. It is. Thanawat has it. The rest of Purple Mood can abuse it. Buriram stuck on the bridge. They've been kind of fed the circle a little bit. The Purple Mood still undoubtedly with the man advantage. And you can do anything with a man advantage in PUBG. T5, I suppose, is the next threat they have to deal with, and they have to be very careful dealing with T5, because if Purple Mood lose any members, it gives opportunity to Buriram to move up. And that's what Buriram is looking right now, is the team on the back foot in this end game. They're looking for an opportunity to take that back, take back the control of the game. It's going to be hard to do from this bridge, but it's all in this fight right here.
There goes Thanawat. Up close was Hatsuwa, but also Pattenpong had an angle, and all three gone down, one by each second, 3 in 3 seconds, as Theraton 5 demolished Purple Mood, and boy did they need to do that. It's early days, Russell, but you don't want your rivals pulling out to 20 and 30-point leads 4 games into the grand finals. Big for them, and it's kind of that double swing factor. T5 get the kills, T5 are now favorites for the game, and they take out PLM. Buriram down to 2. It is Thailand's night, though, again, Russell. PLM, T5, Buriram, all from Thailand. Nordra gets the kill onto Thunders. Purple Mood gone, 52 points, 10 kills overall in this game. Another tremendous performance, but no back-to-back, and it's down to the OG in Buriram versus the new guard in Deraton 5. 3-on-2, Nordra and Kanaxi playing from the bridge. Thanatol on the other side of this. Nordra, is he aware? He would have just spotted him. He's got 6 frag grenades.
Oh, God. So hard to do it from this angle, though. Oh, maybe Matt, I'll take it back. 22 damage is good enough. Deafen them as well. Make the push. That's so good from Nordra. The presence of mind to know that Thanatol is going to at least not be able to hear anything off the back of that nade. They are taking full advantage of every single mistake that these players make in this endgame. I thought Purple Mood had this locked, but they certainly did not. T5 showing what they're capable of, but Buriram have been a consistent factor all throughout this endgame. They've had that bridge, and look at them now, controlling T5 underneath the bridge. Buriram are no longer locked in behind cover on the bridge. They are the ones locking T5 in.
Yeah, don't count out T5 though. Sure, Pattenpong, Hatsuwa, not the known fraggers like Rossiter Jr. and Thanatol, but Pattenpong especially can offset. He's not like a hard support. In fact, had some really, really good damage. Even outfragged Rossiter Jr. back in the PUBG Thai series as well. So, and Hatsuwa has shown some really good prowess so far this tournament at the PUBG Asia Super Cup. And even in this particular game, bro, technically top fragging. So, you know, they're not support players by nature. I think that when you look at T5, what makes them so good as a juggernaut roster, all 4 players capable of stepping up. But the biggest issue for them is the high ground that Nordra and Kanaxi have.
Yeah, you have to be able to do it all in PUBG. IGL, yeah, but you can't just be an exclusive support player. You've got to have that fragging capability. Silent right now. Noadra still. Pathenpong still. First one to make noise in this little 1v1 here is probably the one that loses, especially if it's Pathenpong, this high ground from Noadra. He probably doesn't want to overpeak. He knows that Hatsuwa or a second player is going to be off in that distance somewhere. And obviously the little ledge he's on is very open, especially if Hatsuwa was to peek around the right corner of this pillar right here. Well, maybe it's not as open as I thought. The pillar in between the two actually kind of blocks his vision. So Noadra has a bit of freedom here. It sucks. We can see it. Noadra can probably take this 1v1 for free if he's confident and get it done. Hatsuwa won't be able to do anything about it. But if he did, he'd be the one to make noise. Pathenpong would turn around and then it'd be anybody's game. And this is just what it comes down to in PUBG sometimes. Waiting till phase 9. Let the circle decide who's out. Hatsuwa probably the one under pressure. Buriram will be able to move in conjunction with one another. Hatsuwa's going to be alone, probably with not much backup from his teammate as well.
Kanaxi had to fight for his spot on this roster at the start of 2023. 1 out over the likes of Jalman and God Meow. Well, him and Nordra have been on this roster for basically 5 years now. There's high levels of synergy between these two, and I guess even Hatsuwa and Pattenpong. Yeah, maybe can't quite match that, but they're close. I mean, Hatsuwa, the newest member of T5, joined March as of last year. And at some point, though, it's up to T5. All this talk about Kanaxi, Nordra, Buriram, they're not the ones that really have to do anything. They got high ground. Or it does. I guess you could argue if it comes down to the meds battle, but...
Oh, no. When's the last time you saw something like that?
It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. I think T5 might, like, if we, I don't know if the observers can hear us, but I would like to say 5 first aid kits for Phantom Pong. Tell you what, I think they might just be backing themselves in that they can win the meds battle. I mean, Hatswap maybe not, but only one of them has to. Do you just kind of run together, stack, drop meds, and just one person lives? Very weird position to be in.
You can utilize the ledges on either side. I mean, look at Patapong's spot. The ledge on the right and the ledge on the left, you can utilize no matter who you are. Oh, Nordra's going for it. And I feel like those ledges are going to stop the heal battle, but I think Nordra's getting a little bit aggressive here. Trying to get something done at least.
Yeah, I mean, this is blind throwing, wants to clear this tight angle, but he knows
so hard.
Oh, he's not in. Oh, he's going to get a free kill onto Pat and Pong. At that point, well, Nordra's really not in the best position to do much more here. Should get swung, you would imagine, by Hatsawat. And then from above, there's Canaxi, there's the trade. Oh, it was beautiful. Like dominoes, they fall one by one because the first player to move gets the reward. Well played by Nordra and Buriram. 8-kill win. Bit of a standstill finish at the bridge, but a fun game of Vikendi nevertheless. And, well, a game that featured Deraton 5, that featured Buriram. And then you go and look at the match statistics. It's QC, Purple Moon. It's Thailand everywhere right now to start the grand finals of the PUBG Asia Super Cup. It was all about Vietnam in the LCQ, Russell, but that was because all the Thai teams qualified through the group stage. They are really dominating this Asia Super Cup so far, across the board, really. And look, well deserved for Buriram, but that's the kind of game I think you could have gone either way. You split that one. It's 4 points here or there. I think T5 played really well to get to even that position, especially the position that PLM had at one point, but also for Buriram to confirm the win. Really solid performance as we close out for Kendi. 4 games through here for the first night of the grand final. Don't go too far. We have a short break. When we come back, it is Miramar time.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to go over a very epic 1v3 from Raze in an endgame on Taego. In this endgame, it's a 4-way fight between a lot of teams coming out of market on Taego, and my kind of thoughts going into this game were that Nosh didn't really have a chance, FTF were really struggling and they had low numbers, so I didn't really think that those two had any chance to actually win the game, although I suppose Nosh maybe had a little chance to do it. The real two teams I was looking at were Dankoa and, of course, FW. Dankoa is interesting because they had high ground. They had the roofs, they had all the advantage to kind of utilize that high ground and win the game from there. That's their unique position that they had in this game, whereas FW didn't have that. FW was locked inside this building, and they've just got to fight anyone that runs out their doorway. They do it kind of successfully too. Unfortunately for Dankoa, that high ground doesn't really amount to anything. Hien goes for an epic jump onto the roof that I was certain would win them the game, and it doesn't. He kind of whiffs, he misses a few shots. FW are able to live through that, but somehow they kind of wrangle it back. FW lose a lot of members, probably thanks to FTF's pressure as well. In the end, it comes down to a 1v3 between Raze and the members of DK, and Raze kind of had a very simple position to get this done from. He was on the low ground. Didn't really matter that DK had the high ground. He peeks right, he peeks left to get these 1v1s off, and then from there, it's just a very clean 1v1. He had applied enough pressure and taken a spot in the zone that was just fantastic to take that 1v3 from. That was very, very, very clean from Raze, and if you want to see more Raze, you can catch him in the grand finals of the Asia Super Cup Winter, January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle-Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
First night of the PUBG Asia Super Cup Grand Final. Miramar to come for what's been a very dominant performance from those in the Thailand region. Russell, they've been really leading from the front. Obviously, in a very stacked super lobby, but the Vietnamese teams, they've started a little bit slow. I mean, obviously, we had Newhouse and Cerberus do well back on Erangel, but it's been all Thailand so far tonight.
I think that Buriram play, look, we can talk about Thailand all we want, but I really want to credit Buriram for that win there. That was really, really well played. I thought Purple Mood had it. I really did. I thought that the high ground they had, the position they had on that northern side was good enough to win it, but Buriram, as a duo, mind you, were just on top of everything.
Yeah, so this is the kill leaders from the last match, as Thanawa had 6. What's interesting about this, Russell, is none of these players, none of these teams, of course, made the top 2 in terms of Buriram and Theraton 5. So the top 2 teams from that last game of Vikendi, and we didn't see any of these players obviously make it to there. Obviously, as Kalusia, Thanawa, Purple Mood, you could make an argument maybe should have been able to get at least top 2 from that game, but they still did well, got a lot of kills, couldn't quite finish things off. Hakai had a really good performance as the solo for NGE. That's probably been the story for them tonight. Obviously, we saw Fat back on Erangel have some really good moments. Hakai there on Vikendi. Cheeksing and Opons did well to confirm. But clearly they haven't quite been able to piece it all together. But yeah, it's just been all dominance from Thailand as we go and have a look at the maps so far that we had tonight. 4 games now played. So we had the 2 on Erangel, which, you know, you saw the Newhouse Esport win. They deserved that win, played that really well. They started really strong, Cerberus too. But as the night continues to trend, as it did when it started with FW Esports, FW, PLM, Buriram, we've seen T5 had good performances. QC's been up there. I think there hasn't really been any Thai teams that have actually struggled so far.
I don't think so. I mean, look, it would be hard for me to think about it off rip, but yeah, they've been dominating Vietnam, hot and cold, but as well, the other teams in the lobby, X-Men, who we have certain expectations for, are also underperforming. The Australian teams as well, also underperforming. So Thailand's just dominating. I don't really know how else to put it. I don't know how to analyze it. They're just doing really well. They're a region that is incredibly strong. You would expect them to. Vietnam, though, should be keeping up. I mean, probably to their standard as well, to be honest. We've seen Vietnam do a lot of damage internationally, so there's no reason they can't keep up in a lobby like this. They just haven't been. And I feel like that's probably their hot and cold nature. I'm sure they'll step it up going into the later stages of this tournament.
Yeah, obviously we've got Miramar to come now, so maybe a chance for those, at least I guess, I don't want to keep saying Vietnam. the nature of this lobby, half of it's Thailand, half of it's Vietnam, and then you've got a sprinkling of like 3 teams, Russell, that aren't from those 2 regions. So it is kind of easy to kind of just split it down the middle and kind of look at everything holistically as like, oh, how's Thailand doing? How's Vietnam doing? So you kind of look at, obviously, Rapsiak, Esports, they've struggled. It's been a really rough night for them. Dankoa Gaming, yeah, a bit average. We haven't really seen them do well, but probably not many expectations. But it's Unicorn Cybers, it's your TEs. You know, I think when there's higher expectations for those 2 especially, and you're wondering what's kind of going on with them. And, you know, truthfully, the Expendables this tournament have not shown good consistency. Some really high highs and then some really low lows. And, you know, throwing in ExoClan and X-Men as well, 2 teams obviously not from the Thai Vietnamese region, have both been a little bit subpar. So I kind of look at that bottom 8 and I'm thinking there's at least 4 or 5 teams there that I would have been expecting to be fighting for a good portion of that top 8. That's just obviously not the way that tonight has gone. Fortunately, though, 4 nights overall does give those teams not only these 2 final games of Miramar to turn things around, but a whole heap of nights still to find their footing and get away into at least into that top 8. Because look, I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not going to say like, oh, no team can win that's in the bottom 8 right now. The whole tournament, it just becomes so much harder. Like statistically, how many tournaments have we had throughout the history of PUBG where 6 games out of 24 are played and a team in the bottom, say 4 or 5, in that bottom 4 or 5 by the end of night 1 going and win the tournament?
Yeah,
it's very low.
Yeah, very low if at all. It's just that buffer that's created. If you're in RXE's position, of course we don't want to write them out from winning the tournament, but there's like a 50-point gap to first now, if not more, between. It's not like that's unrealistic to think of making up, especially because that team in first or those teams in the top 5, whatever you want to say, they have to have bad nights. There's 2 things that have to go the way of a team like RXC or X-Men right now. Those top teams have to have bad nights and you have to have good nights. And those things rarely happen. And when they do, it's a magical moment. But yeah, very, very, very rare. PLM though, I mean, look, that's a pretty decent gap to first right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm talking about, right? If you look at that bottom 4, because that's what I just mentioned, right? So you talk about by the end of the first night, 6 games, you know, that's 25% of the grand finals tournament. How many of those from the bottom 4, or even if you included DK in the bottom 5, can realistically come back and win it? It's statistically just so unlikely. Now, it's not improbable, it's not impossible. I certainly wouldn't be counting out Expendables, EXO,
No.
X-Men, the way they've played, maybe leaving a little bit to be desired, but you know they're going to have to though now go to a level that is essentially like best in the region, at least for a couple of games, to just offset the substandard to begin the night. So we'll see what can happen for those teams. That's just now the category they find themselves in. You are now the underdog. You now have a lot of work to do to play catch up. Not impossible. No one's crossing any names out. But you've let now 4 games go by out of a 24-game tournament where you haven't put numbers on the board. Other teams like Purple Move dropped 50. And speaking of drops, RXC for the 2nd game in a row are going to find themselves into a hot drop. This time, though, now with Q confirmed, 9th place for them, 18 points. They've been okay thereabouts, keeping that scoreboard ticking over. For RXC, though, they've got the long building. I like this. This is not bad for RXC. They've got way more control.
What is this hot drop location? This is such a oddly specific spot to do it in. I suppose because the plane was the way it was. You're going for cars along this road, you just kind of find yourself in this spot. But you're right. Q-Confirm is fully trapped inside and around this double white. RXC have full control of this situation. It's hard to push this, though. You need an opening knock, and then you can run up to that building. And Petret's putting up some good defense damage with the M249. Is there even enough guns for the entirety of RXC and Q-Confirm in this compound? You would hope so. Looks like RXC have at least a few on them. If not, everyone has a gun, so that's good. Q-Confirm looks like they also all have guns. So everyone can fight. But Q-Confirm, this is... I'm honestly lost for words, because we're 3 minutes in, and Q-Confirm are stuck inside a double white, suffering knocks in a very odd compound to hot drop. I'm kind of lost for words here.
So both of them have got Hassie as their drops, and I think it's come down to what you said, maybe wanting to drop get vehicles. So they've both, again, it's the same situation as RXC and Armory Gaming back on Vikendi, where they both had... Yeah, I mean, they both, they just don't want to share. It's not quite been working out all that well for them. And here is Armory Gaming's Jane watching, but you know, you can, like Hacienda, decent little drop, but this building south of it, I guess, you know, you want to fight for vehicles. It's a bit of a strange one. Plain Path, of course, was not really much of a factor either. And for all 4 to drop too, for well, technically I should say all 8. Like
Yeah.
I could maybe envision like 2 from each side fighting for this building, and then like playing the compound and looking for vehicle spawns, and then the rest go to actually Hacienda. But yeah, very strange that this is kind of played out the way it has. But
Not usually this cut and dry, to be honest.
have confirmed, yeah, is the drop locations for both of those 2 teams is Hacienda.
Yeah, I just don't like.
Obviously, they're not in Hacienda, but close enough.
They want to be. They really want to be now. And this is the thing as well, is they're going to obviously waste time. It's a given. When you hot drop a team, you are probably going to end up wasting time, losing resources, not giving yourself much time to think about the priorities. And of course, this is going to happen as well. TE on the Minas high ground here. We saw Armory. James is still looking down into the compound as well. If TE or Armory wanted to stick around for a longer period of time, they absolutely could. The zone's not that far away. Both these teams are going to be trapped inside this compound with no vehicles. I didn't see any bringing a car into the compound. And so Armory Gaming and TE, if they wanted to, they could just camp. They can just camp. Eventually, these teams are going to have to fight or die to the blue, and you would expect them to fight rather than die to the blue. And so you can get some third party early, build that momentum, warm up a little bit. It just depends on what Armory Gaming and TE decide to prioritize this game. This is a rare opportunity that I feel like the teams around this compound fight are probably going to want to take advantage of.
And they're still just sitting pretty inside of the kitchen, cooking something up inside of the dust storm.
I think they're burning it, dude. I'm pretty sure they're burning the kitchen down right now.
Yeah, they probably might be. No one wins from this either. Both teams. No one wins from this. No one's getting loot. Even if you kill the other team, you're not really going to get much loot from them either. We're talking about like 3 buildings worth of loot for 8 players. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But now that they're in this position, it's really difficult to leave said position. As you said before, I mean, if you want to take the fight, you want first knock. It's really difficult to push that long building, pushing out of the cube as well. I mean, I don't know what QC do. The onus is probably more so on RXC to maybe just kind of wrap the compound a bit and try and, I don't know, overwhelm them inside of that building. But Fury on the move, they can actually just go flying straight over Picardo. Pickup system will work for them. Curious to see where they elect to land. But yeah, RXC have definitely got more position to move out, surround the cube, and do something.
This is just funny. This is just funny, man. You can use those 2 shacks as well to push up towards QC, but you're going to have to peek either side. I think as well that RXC know that Armory Gaming...
Yeah, they go 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, if TE have shot as well, then they know that either sides of this compound are completely exposed too, or both teams will know that. So, you know, building up the confidence to push out and get that wrap done on the outsides of the compound is probably a lot harder to justify, as if you go down, that gives space to the enemy team to work with and probably take you out. So it is just a stalemate brought on by a ton of different environmental factors. And
where is Fury going?
Yeah, I don't know, actually.
Thought for a second they might, based on this circle phase 1, just offshoot into Los Leones. The only thing I can think of is vehicles. Maybe go Puerto Paraíso, try and find some vehicles along the coastline. Less of a major looting location, and drop down, then drive your way back in from a safer position rather than driving in on the northwest side. And also loot up.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. This is also a play that's going to clear their back as well, passively. With the ocean behind them, they can fight their way up through this terrain, very doable.
So smart too, because again, on a map like Miramar, you need these vehicles late game, and the way this circle is located, right? Los Leones, you think about south of it and east of it, and to some degree west of it as well, fields. A lot of field play. So what do you need for field play? You need vehicles. How do you need vehicles? We need them as well for rotating. If you just parachute drop Los Leones, you're probably not going to win the game. This still hasn't moved. Yeah.
He tried, and this is what happened. Riz takes him. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's kind of unlucky.
I respect trying to get it done. It turns out that they didn't know Armory Gaming was, well, at least Riz was here. This is a very close angle, very forward angle. But Riz, he doesn't discriminate. He'll shoot at QC, he'll shoot at RXC, and the rest of Armory are getting closer and closer as well.
Well, I'm going to probably need to leave this now. I don't know if this is worth for them either.
Well, to be honest, if you can get a few kills on this, it's worth it for any team.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously, but then you don't have really good zone position. You're probably not going to get much loot from it. I mean, I guess you could look at it as like kind of free kill territory, right? Where the risk is not really there.
Armory, if Armory is any team in this situation who sees a hot drop like this, they can very easily justify, okay, we're just going to play Edge. Very confident in playing Edge. We'll just get it done. We can fight our way in. Doesn't matter. Priority spots on a circle like this that Armory Gaming is kind of already late to.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. They can totally get this done and still have a fantastic game, if not win it, from their spot on the north.
Yep. Well said. Obviously, there are limitations to that. Right now, you're probably going to give them the next couple of minutes, but I would hope they're not going to be sitting there. I don't want to come back in 10 minutes and all three teams are still there. That's when, dude, I don't care what you say. Oh, shot though from Bow LP up on the balcony. Cheeksing as he makes the run out. Finally, QC, they're the ones to make the move. Does Leon's know though that Bow is in that right side tucked in corner? Doesn't seem like he's really checking it. Vinasu just has to draw them in. There was the peak though. Opons, double shotty, bang, there goes Bow. Micro Uzi not good enough for Vinsu. Only Thanahan and Petret to 1 versus 1. It's just a straight 1v1. Calamity across the board. And there's a Dust Storm, and there's a Panzer, and it's all bloody happening.
We've got it all, and this is where Armory Gaming is livid right now. This Dust Storm is totally throwing out all their plans.
And T5's flying over them.
This is absolute chaos, man. I'm loving it. I am absolutely loving it. Riz hasn't even moved up either. Screw it. The Dust Storm doesn't really matter. They do want to get as much as they can onto this, but they haven't moved up. If this 1v1 is determined entirely by this Panzerfaust, then welcome to PUBG Esports in 2024. And I can almost guarantee you it will be. Until Thanahan steps out. Oh, here's Armory. They've pushed in now. They realize that there's no point in looking at it from the high ground anymore. There's like 7 knocks on this one compound. We want some of them at least.
Yeah, I think this is just really smart. See the knocks, don't see the flushes. I'll start to see these start going to the blue. They're like, no, 3 points, 3 points. Thanahan's just waiting for someone. This is though where you're still going to be so careful if you're AG because there's someone like a Thanahan. Well, 3 kills for RXC. They went from 0 to 3 with the man just sitting. Well, I just saw the Panzer off in the distance. I don't think, was that ahead? I thought that might have been AG.
It was.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
It was AG shot at him. Shanks pulled out the AK. That ahead gets the knock of the Shanks. But luckily up close to the window, when Stimmersty immediately throws out. There's another one in the window. That's, of course, for QC. What a strange old game. Panzer for Dynasty. Do we get to see it? Oh, not really. Shanks should be able to get revived. No one's crossed the road over him just yet. Deep in the blue, phase 2, which has sent it up onto Los Leones. For what it's worth. Not moving away from this just yet, though. And I think meds are going to be a factor for Petret. He is dead.
Yeah.
This game sometimes, man. This game. Yeah, that's strange.
The Sandstorm as well had such an impact for every team in that situation too. It's insane to think that something like that could change the tides of a fight like that as it did. Armory Gaming, again, incredibly...
3 pickup systems have just been used. 3 teams have all parachute landed, and we can see from Smell's POV, all of them into Los Leones off of that phase 2 circle shift. Talk about commitment early, and kind of goes against the grain as to what Fury ended up doing, which was collecting those vehicles, now playing from the south side. Everyone else now for P2 has gone really against that, and they're giving up their vehicles and just sending it into Los Leones.
Well, easier to get into a city than it is to get out of it, but in a circle like this, you absolutely don't blame anyone for committing to it. Fury, even if they get that top hill, they can send it in, so...
I'm assuming that's AG
about them
coming in?
I would imagine so. If they have it, then now is definitely the time to use it. Kind of recover the lost time.
Well, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, you're right. It is them. I mean, look, what else to drive in?
Yeah, they got 2 kills, and yeah, they're so far away, deep in the blue. By the time they actually get in their land and just go Los Leones, it's P3 anyway, and especially if it sent us up P3 loss, then I think they'll be pretty content with that. 2 kills, it's okay, it's something.
Yeah.
Second place on the leaderboard. They didn't have too much to lose, as they just jump around. You know, while you're waiting, when you jump, it should really kind of be like moon gravity, where you kind of like hop up and then like bounce back down.
Oh, that'd be so cool. Oh, that'd be
Probably.
so satisfying to play with.
Probably wouldn't be worth it though, because you're going a bit higher. Maybe someone could see you, but
Yeah, true. Worth it in pub games for sure. Note that down. Jot that down. Someone tell PUBG about that. We need that feature.
20 seconds till phase 3. BRM playing 2-2 split. South lost the earners. They're hoping for a southern shift here. So a Fury, so a Purple Mood. NGE on the outskirts as well.
Here we go.
Yep.
If it's south, that's so rough for so many teams.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't go south. It goes in towards Los Leones. That is going to all but confirm. And that's where, like, if you're Fury, they could have been the first team to parachute in to Los Leones, get good positions, get high ground positions.
Sounding like hindsight Harold right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't work out for them, but it does work out for all of these teams that went P2. Here come Armory Gaming, coming in a little bit late though. They don't lose lives. When you're coming in late, even as good as a rotate as it is with the pickup system, there's a lot of more teams now in Los Leones all set up, ready to spray and shoot at you as you do parachute down.
Yeah.
Anatol knocked at the top of the construction building.
Oh. EXO arrives in cars, not an emergency parachute, taking down Jame. And one of Armory has to cross the road to get that res, and I believe EXO will be staring at it. If not EXO, probably another team. Decent from EXO to bust their way into the city, going against the grain, using 4 wheels instead of 1 plane.
Look at the minimap.
Insanity. I don't. Is this storm going to have an impact? I feel like everyone's just going to sit still. Like everyone's just going to sit still. Do
well, what
nothing
can you
in a storm like
realistically
this.
do?
Well, you can probably, if you wanted to sneak in between buildings, you can maybe get that done, or go higher up in a more open space to get yourself more cover higher up. But it doesn't look like anyone really had that much time to move. It was pretty quick.
Fury making their way into the dust storm, through it on the western side of Los Leones, and Buram now very much on the outer. And this will be very much Los Leones finish. I don't think it can go really. I mean, it could go like the west side of Los Leones, but that still counts as Los Leones, right? So
yeah,
it's not really going to go anywhere else. Which we've still got 14 teams, 50 alive. It's going to be one of those kind of games, especially where it's classic Miramar. Probably a little bit slow. Then in 5 minutes' time, the kill feed will just not stop move for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thunder spotted. Sneak attack with a chance on the Dragonov. I'd say, interestingly enough, sneak attack has probably improved as the tournament's gone on, Russell. That's just my observation without really going and looking at the numbers, more so just from the eye test. But yeah, I felt like the first couple of games, he didn't maybe click with the Cow, Flood, Luke lineup, but it does look like he's got a good place as the Panzer. The Panzer's good, man. There's Kalusha. Nothing that Cow can do about that.
He thought he had cover. Little did he know. I mean, a good Molotov would have done the same thing there.
Yeah.
He was 1
frag.
HP too. Yeah, exactly. Can't be too mad. They're going to try and recover it. He's got some hard cover to work with, doubled up now with that coup. And with that knock onto PLM, no reason for sneak attack not to go for this, I agree. I think he's fitting in more nicely with this roster than he was previously, which makes total sense. More time with the roster, more likelihood you'll fit in. Down to what, on the flank. This guy could be dangerous right here. I mean, to be fair, if Thunders or Escusa also decided to wrap or do this, then they would be equally dangerous. Another trade back, though, from Cal. So good in a moment like this, where he has to get it done. He's defending his teammates right now, fighting for his life, too. ELM, they're the ones who I thought had the upper hand here, but Cal's bringing it back in Fury's favor.
Yeah, I mean, sneak attack going for that revive is what changes that, right? Otherwise, Cal probably dies in this situation. Sneak attack then pushes up, and they don't really then get any kind of fight against PLM. None of this, by the way, even close to the circle, not even remotely close. Kind of while watching them at the back, shots back from sneak attack. Solossi as a solo close by to Fury at the moment. You can see in the minimap just driving off. He gets away from there after hearing those shots from Fury towards PLM. And Nye with a nice kill. That's from Los Leones deep in the city. That's a good distance away. That, yeah, long shot indeed. What's that? 428 meters. That's a big shot from Van Knight. To get the knock, then get the flush from that kind of distance. Not ideal for Purple Mood. They go down now to just 2 players. As good as the Knight has been, not able to really solidify that top spot. Cal, though, he also loses his life. A new generation are enjoying this high ground inside of Los Leones.
Yeah, they have cover on the roofs as well, so they can focus on just one angle. Long shots aplenty for NGE. Looked like Purple Mood had that in the bag, to be honest, but let it slip away, like you said, when they got that res. Now for Thankor, it's about just getting into a building and not losing any members. You have 4 up now, and you got a building that is entirely your own in front of you. Get inside, don't throw it away. I mean, that nade's good from Delvin, but I feel like they're gonna get that res. I didn't realize Dynasty was here. Hello. A flush as well, Hwang goes down. Armory Gaming spread out very nicely. And that knock on Jun now is looking like a much worse situation for Thankor. One has to go on the res, one has to be on defense. Looks like it's all on Vinamilk. No way, Dynasty's getting this aggressive. I guess screw it. When you're in a situation like this all alone, he's got to be so calm though, so measured. Don't throw this away, pick the perfect timing. A smell. If he gets any closer, I feel like this is Dynasty's.
Yeah, just watching the doorway, making sure no one's going to rush in. He can probably hear Smell moving around, sidestepping out in the hallway. Jun does get healed back up. Where's the rest of AG though to back up? Well, Shanks, Riz, James, not there. So not too sure how this has transpired. That those 3 are in one building and, well, their best players in another one. That's Ramidi, which is probably what we are going to see and hear for the next 5 to 10 minutes, Russell. Such is the case of a Los Leones finish, just teams taking pot shots through these windows close by to each other. We get ourselves another circle shift in. It's a good old classic Los Leones finish. That not really benefiting the high ground that NGE actually were able to occupy. So they have to move. Buriram as well have to keep moving. Alex Newhouse and FW, and well, this is a big collision happening between 3 different teams. Dynasty ends up losing his life, but Exo, Purple Mood also doing battle. Theraton 5 in and around this vicinity. You can see on the minimap, all 3 teams just stacked on top of each other. Nikita knocked. And this is the issue. You kind of look at Monty's POV here. There's so many doorways, so many windows, so many chances for people to just push into your building. It's really difficult to hold the right angles, because what is the right angle in this scenario when there's 14 teams alive? At this point, they could come from anywhere.
And Monty's on high alert as well, because he knows that the circle's just closed a lot of the teams out of the south. But I think he's found his direction. He's found his goal. Unicorn Cyber has to cross the road, and luckily their smokes are good enough. A little bit of a gap at the start, but it's good enough. I think one of them even double backed to make sure they could live, heal up in the building. Udemo goes down though. Screw it, NG, we're there to get the kills as they cross the road. Can maybe a little bit more time taken on that for Monty, and he secured that. Can might not even have been able to get rezzed. Buriram is outside the zone. Edie and Kanaxi pushing up. That's good defense from Vang Nige. Jesus. The pressure on his shoulders right now. He's got a teammate behind the rest of Buriram. Oh! It doesn't look like it's going to matter. That Buriram play is so low. Don't give this up. So keep yourself alive. Let the flank deal with the Buriram players.
Yeah, minute 25 until phase 6 as these fights are coming to a head. A Kai knocked down by Sololzi. Kanaxi at the back can go for the revive, but he spots one. That's Miramar. That's Los Leones. He wanted the revive, but there's another player pushing in his direction. Van Knight, a moment where he also is shown, and Can gets him low. And he gets knocked out by Sololzi on the other side of the building. Nade thrown by Can. Kanaxi to just try and steal the kill. Does confirm it for Buriram. So down to just 2 players remaining for New Generation Esports as Fab and Hung Fong Do, also known as Hung Bo Ditch. And even then, just Kanaxi running around like a little loot goblin. Fab had no idea, pushes back into the building, gets the free kill, gets the free knock. Can gets the kill onto Hung Fong Do. Fab looking to maybe confirm Kanaxi, but there's Can to the back. So Lols is the one that kills him. You're just getting shot at from so many different angles.
Yeah, it's hard to take these fights on anyone's terms, really. It's the people with the high ground that dictate how these fights flow. Can using the tree, but it's not enough. The AD strafe around either side is eventually going to cost him. 6 sacks takes him down. And that spot that Thunders is at, T5 is at, is such high priority. You can see it. I mean, just EXO and AG's presence there, NHE on the other side of the street. That's where the high ground is in Lost. That's the high ground you want. That's the motels. That's the massive construction site that T5 was utilizing earlier. That's why all these teams are gathered around that spot, and they've been fed too. Thank God for those teams in those locations. They were thinking, if we had to leave this, if this had gone north, then we would have had to fight our way outside these buildings up against like 4 other teams who are in our vicinity. No longer. They can chill. They can just exist. And a team with the motel like Armory, I believe EXO has one as well. They are going to be loving life. They can sit there on top of the roofs Just exist. I didn't even realize there was plays still up on top of that. I thought that knock.
Two different teams.
Yeah, I thought that T5 player eventually died. I guess he did. Maybe they put another one up there.
No, Thanator got knocked originally up there. I don't know if it is still him. No, it's Hatsawat.
Thunders.
The question is, the question is, do they realize that they're next to each other like this? This is the real question. I mean, I guess it depends if they're taking shots, right? Like if Hatsawat shoots, then Thunders knows, and vice versa.
Well,
but Thunders is a solo, so he's not shooting.
Yeah. The goal for both those players is exactly the same. If they peek up now and show their presence, then the other teams in the server are going to want to take that player out because they're such a big threat, not only to the now in this game, but also the future. So everyone's going to look at them. So both those players have the same goal. Whether or not they know each other exists is a different question. I would imagine Thunders knows Hatsawat exists because Hatsawat's been moving around while prone, but we'll have to wait and see.
So sneak attack the solo for Fury. They've been really just running around all game. When you kind of think about it, they were south, then west, then north, now east. Never really in the center, never really got prime position inside Los Leonas. Just the kind of game where I think they made the right calls, but the game just went the wrong way for them. Which can happen.
Can't blame him.
X-Men up to 2 kills and currently not in last place anymore, as there's the mortar strike on to Hatsawat, Russell, but not the guy that's above Hatsawat.
What?
What?
How?
Wait, where's that? What angle's that come in from? Has that come in from the north side? Wait, what are the odds of that?
What?
If that's the angle that it's come in from, that is like, you are so unlucky.
I didn't even realize it went that vertical.
Wait, who got the knock? Was it X-Men or Cerberus?
It was FW, I think. I don't know. That's insane.
I'm so confused. I need to like see a replay file of that.
That is... Oh, if you're Hatsawat, you are moving on as quickly as you possibly can from that. Again, because both players know...
Wait, so was it actually FW? I missed it in the kill feed because I was just...
I think it was FW. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
No, I won't. But I was just like so shocked. I was like, hang on. Like the first thing in my head was like, hang on, he's below Thunders. How is he? Yeah, it was FW. So they've done that from like quite a distance away from the south side, which is, we speak about FW. They're about to get wiped out.
Oh my god!
I don't know how they had the time. I guess it was just like a Hail Mary mortar strike.
I wonder if it was intentional. If it was intentional, that's one of the best calls from Banana One I've ever seen in my life.
That can't be intentional. They would there's no way they knew he was there.
The last two went that direction. So he just got, the first one he did was lucky enough to hit on that certain angle. Dude, that's insane. That is genuinely insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. Either way, a bit of a nerd out moment. It's X-Men getting shot at by the Expendables, down to 11 teams remaining into Phase 7. If we had the fastest game of Miramar ever last week, this will be one of the longer ones. Really good bounces here from Tandu. And sneak attack the solo for Fury, maybe looking to see if he can get involved on the backside and get a kill or two onto X-Men. Payne does get flushed though, and only Tarnished is left alive. 6 frag grenades, 4 sneak attack, and he can really just bombard this area. Tarnished though, if he's smart, he just pushes forward, takes the fight. Yeah, really smart.
Yep, necessary. Very, very smart from Tarnished. Dankoa cleaning buildings with the shotguns. You'd expect nothing less. This one, by the looks of it, is clean. New house. They wiped FW very quickly. But now they've got to move into the zone. It's no longer defense now for NHE, it's offense. Unicorn side are going to cross the road for the second time. Different players this time round, and they'll survive too. So learning from their mistakes, I suppose.
Yep. Smoke was really well placed. In sight, they can't confirm who that is. Just going to sit under the stairwell. X-Men wiped out. Tarnished eventually did go down to Tandu. Finally, some good performances from the Expendables. Riz. I mean, there's just a man trying to come through the doorway. They're both just like trying to go through. 8 kills now for Armory, gaming 5 of them to Riz. AG up into second on 46 points, 7 points behind Purple Mood, who still somehow have Thunders alive despite a multitude of mortar strikes going right by his ear. Who that spotted at the fence in the gap. Akita trying to really just slot a very precise shot. And Solozzi losing his life to Who Dat, down to our final 8 teams. There's only one team, by the way, Ross, that has all 4 players up. It's the Expendables.
Yeah, looking good. EXO looking not so good. In a spot like this, they've been next to Armory Gaming, who have a lot of kills. I don't know the exact number, but EXO have 1. And in a spot like this, in a loss ending like this, you want a lot more, especially if you've been sat in the center of the zone for so long, and the zone has been coming in on your south, and you've been able to look at the teams rotating in front of you. 1 kill is definitely not ideal for EXO. A team that usually frags out 8 kills for Armory Gaming, their neighbors. 8 times what EXO has. And now they have to go up against their neighbors. His double barrel through the window would be devastating if one of the EXO members was to peek it. But Akita is a little bit wiser than that. That room is off limits for now. Armory Gaming can take it if they want it. EXO will be happy to lock them in there if they were to vault through those windows. But it's rough, because EXO, they have 1 up in the top floor, whereas Armory Gaming have all of their members on the bottom floor. So technically, it's the man advantage. If they wanted to take that fight, Insight would have to run down the stairs in a panic and try and recover the situation. Definitely doable though for EXO. But there's tension there. Lots of tension between those 2 teams right now. That's one of the fights that's probably going to impact this game a lot. James in a good spot too. Riz as well. They're putting themselves in front of EXO. Look, I cannot fault this.
Yeah, I hate to say it though, but this just ends up being a bit of a RNG finish. Even though, like, Expendables, EXO, they've got good numbers, this is exactly what can happen. You rush out of your building, you're forced out, and then suddenly you just don't know what angles that you've got to clear. Insight, yeah, gets a kill, but does he get traded? A lot of pressure, looking up towards the construction building. So Pat Pong now has also pushed up. He gets the kill on the Insight. I mean, what are you meant to do there? If you're Insight, you've done nothing wrong. You have to push out. You're forced to push out. It's just a guy at the very top of that construction building. And there's a guy above him as well. Thunders. Monty knocked. Akita gets the kill. RA Gaming out in 8th, but 8 kills. A tremendous performance. And if you kind of look at that leaderboard as well, look how spread the kills are. Long. With a big double nade onto Chu and Who Dat gets rid of Unicorn Cyber. But again, a big spread of kills. Everyone has benefited. In fact, there's only been 1 team in this game. 1 team that didn't get a kill, and it was Purple Moon.
And he's still alive as well.
And he's still alive, so he could kill. He just got killed.
Oh my god.
Every team has at least 1 kill this game. That's crazy.
I am going to assume 100% that T5 had no idea Thunders was there, and he's chosen the perfect time to activate. And now look at this. He can hit these shots all day. Silenced as well. You see Pathampong die in the kill feed. You're assuming he's been shot from far. He could. I mean, look, I won't count him out. He could absolutely win with lines of sight like this. What? I mean, what can these guys do? Smokes are only going to help you for so long. He's got a silencer as well. I wouldn't be. Oh, well, I mean, you have to do this eventually. Blue's coming in. Yeah. Oh, no.
Dead.
Oh.
That was fun. TE, they're going to be the benefactors. They're going to win. 4 players up, 4 versus 2. Dankoa, they get a couple of wins back at the young CQ. Okay, won't count them out, but they don't have the numbers, they don't have the positioning, and they don't win the early fight. They needed that. Smell had to beat Tambu. Tambu went on an absolute roll in this game for the Expendables. Vinamilk inside of the smoke. Pulls out the shot. He just goes for broke. Why not? I'm surprised he hasn't just started spraying with the AUG. It's not quite a dust storm, but it's close enough to it. DK finally wiped out Duck Juice and Tamvu 1 apiece there. It's a 6-kill win for the Expendables and puts them back in a good position, middle of the pack after map 5, but certainly an intriguing game of Miramar. Every single team, all 16, got at least 1 kill that game. I think they all got at least 2, to be honest. It was an absolute frag-heavy performance over towards Los Leones. It started off with the weirdest standoff, hot drop that we've seen at a building that's not even a POI. I mean, it had it all.
It really did. And that was a fantastic game as well. Once you see that Los Leones finishing, it's a fantastic opportunity for everyone on the lower side of the leaderboard to just put themselves in the center of the zone and capitalize on whatever the circle does. And TE did that, Bankoa did that, EXO did that, everyone, or not everyone, but a lot of those lower teams on the leaderboard did that game. And I mean, that's kind of all you can really ask for in that situation. I don't know how many of the top teams went out early. I guess Pathampong was probably one of the
not many, actually.
Yeah, I guess Pathampong and Thunders were the 2 teams at the top of the leaderboard that survived, although they were only solos. They got a decent amount done. But yeah, good opportunity for a lot of these teams to capitalize.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, don't forget about that mortar strike. I mean, how mortified would you be if you had to know now that Thunders was above him? Incredible. We'll go to a break. We got one more game on the other side.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Hey everyone, I'm Extreme, and I'm going to go over a very epic 1v3 from Raze in an endgame on Taego. In this endgame, it's a four-way fight between a lot of teams coming out of market on Taego, and my kind of thoughts going into this game were that Nosh didn't really have a chance, FTF were really struggling and they had low numbers, so I didn't really think that those two had any chance to actually win the game, although I suppose Nosh maybe had a little chance to do it. The real two teams I was looking at were Dankoa and, of course, FW. Dankoa is interesting because they had high ground. They had the roofs, they had all the advantage to kind of utilize that high ground and win the game from there. That's their unique position that they had in this game, whereas FW didn't have that. FW was locked inside this building, and they've just got to fight anyone that runs out their doorway. They do it kind of successfully too. Unfortunately for Dankoa, that high ground doesn't really amount to anything. Hien goes for an epic jump onto the roof that I was certain would win them the game, and it doesn't. He kind of whiffs, he misses a few shots. FW are able to live through that, but somehow they kind of wrangle it back. FW lose a lot of members, probably thanks to FTF's pressure as well. In the end, it comes down to a 1v3 between Raze and the members of DK, and Raze kind of had a very simple position to get this done from. He was on the low ground. Didn't really matter that DK had the high ground. He peeks right, but he peeks left to get these 1v1s off, and then from there, it's just a very clean 1v1. He had applied enough pressure and taken a spot in the zone that was just fantastic to take that 1v3 from. That was very, very, very clean from Raze, and if you want to see more Raze, you can catch him in the grand finals of the Asia Super Cup Winter, January 31st.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got three types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a battle-ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back to the PUBG Asia Super Cup. One game remaining for tonight here for what is night one of the grand finals, our top 16. Of course, there's 3 more nights after this one, so it's not as if this is a one and done, and we won't even be halfway. 25% though, decent amount, and obviously for the teams that have started well, Russell, it's a really bona fide start for them, that they can know going into the following nights that they are a real shot to be able to win this. 2 teams that obviously lead the way at the moment are probably 2 teams we didn't have on our maybe winning the whole thing radar, but Purple Moon and Armory Gaming have started tremendously.
They have absolutely started tremendously. From Armory Gaming's heroic push into the grand finals in LCQ to second on the leaderboard when it truly matters. And then Purple Moon, I mean, look, we know what they're capable of, but we certainly didn't expect them to start this hot, or at least I didn't. I thought that the teams like Purple Moon and Armory would warm into the tournament, and the teams like Buram, Cerberus, T5, they would be the ones with the hot start. It's been the total opposite of my expectations, but look, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, of course, Purple Mood soon to be magnetic after this particular tournament. You know, you kind of look at the history for this team. You know, played at PGC mainly because they came second back into I-Series Phase 1. You know, it's a team that's got some really good quality players on it. It's not really a surprise that they've gotten off to the start that they have. They finished 4th back in the group stage, had a 61-point night, so they're certainly capable of it. You think about point nights overall, well, they're up to 61 game to go. They have an opportunity to have arguably the best night a team has had so far this whole tournament in the most stacked lobby. So you kind of take that into consideration. It really does kind of highlight the night that they are having, but also the night that really Armory Gaming are having as well, Russell, I think is something to speak about too. Throughout the group stage, never had a night as good as they've already had with 1 game to go as well for Armory Gaming. And clearly, as we know, it's not as if they had a better night either in the LCQ. It really took that final game to solidify their position even in this. So you've got 2 teams that, you know, in some mind has kind of gone under the radar a little bit coming into the grand finals, but clearly shouldn't have. They've got good history, good strengths, and they're really, I think, bringing all of that to the forefront at the right time. Good start. It's a matter of, though, can they keep the good vibes going on as the grand final continues?
Yeah, I like that we're seeing the evolution of a lot of these teams as well. Yeah, it is just the first day, but still, we're seeing Purple Moon, Armory Gaming, we're seeing the likes of those teams come into some sort of form, which is fantastic to see. And obviously, I think Armory, honestly, I look at them and I'm like, okay, they're going to be able to maintain that consistency. I don't know about Purple Moon, probably. Honestly, they can probably do it. But yeah, it's good to see the evolution of some of these teams. And honestly, well, I mean, look, first night, but the devolution. Is that a word? De-evolution? Whatever. Of a couple other teams who I thought would have a much hotter start, or at least kind of maintain some level of consistency, some sort of standard. Mainly, I'm looking at X-Men when I talk about that. I thought they were going to be at least in that 30-point range, 25 maybe, something like that by the time we get to the last game. I just think they're able to probably maximize the worst of situations with the roster of players that they have, but they haven't been able to do any of that.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough one for a couple of these top teams, if you will. Back to Hassie with the hot drop and proper Hassie this time, not just some little offshoot compound to the south of it, or RXC and Q confirmed. This is probably not what QC need. 20 points, you know, in the bottom 5 now. Rabziak, this is perfect for them. You see, it'll be hit and miss tonight, and it's 6, 7, 8, 9. And gets the opening knock on to Leon's, trying to get a bit of high ground for his team. But 6, 7, 8, 9 in a better position earlier on, and he's able to just spot him as soon as he tries to peek over. Danahan wanting to pop the adrenaline shot. This might be where Rapsiak can close the night out in good fashion. They, and along with X-Men, are the only 2 teams now still left on single digits. And, you know, the lobby was somewhat shaping to be slightly top heavy, but after that last game, that's changed a lot. Look at those teams now from like 14 to 8. They all picked up a good amount of points. They're all, you know, not too far away now.
Yep.
Leon's does get eliminated. So it's really down to just X-Men and RXC to have a good final game, close things off, get to double digits, and really can at least give themselves a pat on the back that they closed their night off in a good fashion. Not good, though, for QC to lose one early. They do get a trade on to Thanahan, one of the top players for RXC, courtesy of Petret. And obviously, Armory Gaming are aware that these 2 are hot dropping. He's trying to just find a bit of an angle there, James, all the way from San Martin.
doing RXC's work for them, flushing the kill onto Leon's, but RXC not able to convert that into maintaining the damage. Mortar's coming in now as well, blows my eardrums off, but everyone is undercover, at least for the moment, unless we see some weird Mortar like last game. They are landing dangerously close to Bao LP, but he's covered for the moment. Danahan not flushed yet either. QC, I mean, I can't blame them for being a little bit wary with less numbers, but downstairs they go. They realize they have to try and get something done, and they're greeted by Bao LP shotgun and another one as well. That is magnificent through that door. Petra, the last one up, he steps outside as well. You can imagine James going to be looking this way. There it is, Buriram as well. It has not gone well for QC at all. Buriram and RXC combined. Yeah, celebrations, you may as well. First hot drop that RXC have won convincingly with all 4 players alive.
I think it's the only one they've actually won, technically. I mean, I guess you could say they had more
the last
kills.
One,
they did have one extra kill in the last one, so yeah, 3-2. They certainly weren't jumping around though, shooting the bodies of QC. That didn't end that well for them, but
no.
Yeah, all 4 players up. They'll take the 2 kills. They'll take a bit of the help as well from AG and Buriram. Why not? And for QC, it means 20 and out for the 6 games that they played tonight, which, you know, it's something. It's not a great night, obviously stacked lobby, but Q Confirm, a team that had, you know, the tied best night back in group stage, day 3, where they tied Theraton 5 with 70 points, Russell. Yeah. Probably expected a little bit more from them. But, you know, to be fair, you go back and look at their day 1 performance, and then he picked up the 30 points. So this is something that I think is quite common with Q Confirm at times, is that can they have that same level of consistency that we see from your Burarams, your FWs, your Theraton 5s? And the answer to that so far is no throughout this tournament, unfortunately, but their highs are really, really high. Like, they're really good for kills, but placement points are the concern for QC, and evidence here losing the hot drop means they go out dead last.
Yeah, I was going to say Q Confirm, definitely a team I would assume would be in that top 8 when this is all said and done. But these last couple hot drops on Miramar, they've just had no chance to play out any semblance of whatever their game plan is. They've had no opportunity, and that's what happens when you hot drop. I can imagine RXC will be a lot happier with how these hot drops have gone than Q Confirm. That kind of just happens with Q Confirm being higher up on the leaderboard. They're going to be a lot angrier that they're losing these hot drops compared to RXC, who's on the bottom. They'll take any celebration they can get. So rougher Q Confirm, but yeah, 18 more games to go. Anything can happen. Those 70-point nights, if they get them back to back to back, then they'll certainly put themselves up there. But yeah, rough start, and going out last game like this, losing a hot drop, I mean, you don't go to bed happy, that's for sure.
No, you certainly don't. They've clearly got some things that they can go back and kind of look at and think, you know, what should we be looking to improve on? And they haven't really been able to probably get their best of themselves out, which is like fragging and taking team fights. Didn't really see much from Opons. The most kills in the PUBG Thai series number 2 at the back end of last year for a team that finished 4th. That's quite incredible. So we haven't really seen the star player. The others haven't really stood up. And there's a chance that they could very much find themselves in the bottom 4 by the end of this game. And you think about the gap, 40 points to PLM, because all of these teams, Russ, are obviously fighting for first, or to at least finish as high as possible. Now, mind you, they could start tomorrow night with a bang and jump straight back up into the top 5. That's how close that is, but the gap to first will build very quickly if you don't start to get a wriggle on, of which Fury is doing here. Final game of the night. Of course, we do return tomorrow night for what will be the second night of the grand finals. Then we have the one night off. Everyone gets their Friday night to have a night off, and then we return for the weekend. And by the end of this weekend, we do crown a winner for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. As Tycon with a knockdown on to Destroy, and does get the confirmed kill very quickly. Not clean at all for Unicorn Cyber. Losing one for basically nothing. And yeah, bottom 4 for them. If we're going to be talking about QC, it's also the same conversation to be had for Unicorn Cyber and also for ExoClan.
Yep. But I mean, it is incredibly hard to... I mean, we can criticize QC and Unicorn Cyber all we want, but if the teams above them are as strong as they are, what other placement do we expect them to end up at, you know? So...
It's true.
In a lobby as stacked as this, it's not as clean. There's more nuance to it. The unplayables absolutely a factor in this zone. We saw a couple players, Banana One and U-Dirt, playing with the Batulin's Rock on the north side. I like the spot from Banana One, the Mortar God from last game. Safe on top of that.
Been an okay night from Cerberus, though, without high mass.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like when I watch Cerberus, I'm impressed by their restraint. Especially in the earlier games. They were splitting 2-2, pushing up towards something that they thought they could get some kills onto, and then backing off just as easily. So, very, very... I mean, it's always good to see stuff like that. You notice stuff like that.
Yeah.
But good to see that they're pulling it off in the grand finals too.
Yeah, and Huang Long, of course, the academy player making his debut and coming in. He's actually top fragging for Cerberus tonight. He's got the 8 kills. So, considering this is the same lineup that they put out day 1 of group stage, which is where they kind of bombed. 25 points. And I think they were very much like towards the bottom. High Mass then came back in the next night. They picked up 61 and qualified for grand finals. Very curious to see if that's something that they'll do once again. It was Haisaki who made way. They've been really committing to get games into Huang Long, and it's paying off. He's actually played really well tonight for Cerberus, as they at least have that option. I think it's also one thing that these APAC teams clearly have as an advantage is just these 5- and 6-man rosters are becoming so much more prevalent across the board.
Yeah, well, that and I guess there's no real restrictions with a tournament like this, again, because it has no bearing on PGC. You can play with as many trial players as you want, or put together a roster that's, you know, doesn't have as many restrictions as the regional series or a PGS would have. Payne stuck behind his buggy.
Yeah, he was.
Okay. That's unreal. How did he even put himself in that situation? What?
I guess he just drove off the cliff, flipped it, and
but it's on it. It's
he couldn't move, and then got out, and then he couldn't get out after he got out. I don't know.
Dude, this game, this tournament, I don't know, man. Some weird stuff's happening. I think I don't know if we're.
You always notice it happens on Miramar.
Well, yeah, Miramar and driving are not a good combo, so it makes sense. But I feel like we're living in some alternate dimension. Our gods are playing with us and messing with our heads. Okay, that's quite hard north.
Yeah, very hard
good.
north.
Armory Gaming good. T5 happy with it as well.
Yeah,
with the control they have. Yeah, exactly. Good for a couple of teams, really bad for some others.
Yeah, Purple Mood right now, Thanawhite and Thunders, top 2 fraggers in the whole lobby, first and second. Talk about sharing the workload for those two. 13 kills, 11 kills respectively. To be fair, 11 is also tied with Riz and Luke 12 from Fury. Riz actually top damage dealer in the lobby and has 8 assists, so Armory Gaming are very much up there when it comes to the damage dealing. No surprise considering they are in second place. Riz and Jame and really big in that regard. Shots here from said player in Jame, and well, I guess if you're able to land those kind of shots with the AK, no wonder your damage stats are as high as they are. Peeks over the ridge. Raze is a little slow making his way up. He's actually a little fortunate there, and he didn't really take any damage. Was going quite slow up that hill, but other than that, gets away scot-free unless he runs right into one. He can move Cow, which he does, and Cow lands a headshot. There's a tag as well from AG on the back, and it's Jame. Never gave up on the play, and Jame will get the knock. And that's unfortunate for Raze and for FW, who started the night so well. Actually gone well and truly under the radar since that very first game, Russell, where they got the win. Since then, 11th with 1 kill, 9th with 1 kill, 11th with 3 kills. It's been that kind of night. And they have actually stumbled down the leaderboard, 12th as well in that last game. So they have not made placement points since they won the game in game 1.
Oh, no, dude. Completely in the open for Cow, and he doesn't miss those. This is Miramar in a nutshell, Jake. You have to move past these barriers. You have to. You have no other choice, and Cow's going to get a second one. No way he doubles up there. He's totally exposed on top of that hill. Finally, he'll be taken down by a completely different team, mind you. Maybe Fury is spread too thin, but this is Miramar. You have to get past these barriers. You have to fight through them. You can't just wrap around as easily as you can on Erangel, Tego, or Vikendi. It's not that kind of map. You don't really have that many options. Flood is now tasked with dealing with Long K. Oh, so close. I mean, unlucky timing on that nade pull out. He knows he's here. He's going to wrap around. That's such good play from Flood. He's getting shot in his back as well. Thank God he has this alcove. He would be dead otherwise. He is desperately looking for help from the rest of Fury, but they are nowhere near him. They can't see. They can't help him. What? Oh my God, it's through the door. It's literally in the alcove of the door. That is insane for Flood. He might even be able to get a first aid off here, but he's still got 3 players to deal with.
Bro, he stared it down and then he just ran away. Got the first aid kit on, full white, seeing stars. T1706 does get the kill onto Flood. He was a man on a mission to try and escape that situation. Was doing a good job, but eventually does go down. And Newhouse Esports will take the compound. 20 seconds till the next circle. Saw Purple Mood and Armory Gaming both picking up kills in the kill feed as well. 3 kills for AG, 1 for PLM. So the top 2, the teams we highlighted. Again, a good start here for the final game of the night, especially considering the position that both teams have, respectively. Unicorn Cyber and NHE are now going to be neighbors across the other side of the road. Obviously, Demon and Hudat just as the duo. Into phase 3, though, we now head, and Circle Shift has gone north, over towards more so closer to T5 than it was for PLM, and in the dust storm is NGE, all the way south of La Copria. X-Men on the north side. Very hard north side of this circle, and might be a good opportunity for them to get out of last place.
Oh, that's nasty. Controlling that AK like a demon. Jamie's been a menace in this spot for the last like 5 minutes. Gotta give him credit for committing to it. But that's it. Teams have to rotate through there. You can't wrap up towards the north. Not just yet. This isn't James saving. He's spending all those bullets. That is insane.
In the dust storm.
Dude, I remember a couple players from OS, when they first went international, they said that they couldn't rotate. They felt like it was impossible to rotate because every time.
Wasn't that you? Weren't you one of the first players from OS?
No, but I didn't say that. I was better than the other players. No, but it speaks volumes that you cannot get away with rotates for free in PUBG, especially in a lobby like this, in international lobbies. It's a core foundation of what makes PUBG esports, but sometimes it's so difficult, especially on Miramar, when you know that when you have to rotate, you're going to be rotating through so many teams because you have no other option sometimes.
Yeah, don't have a lot of choice. You can see that kill feed not really benefiting the DK boys. They get out, wiped, gone, 23 points. 230-meter shot as well for Thunders as PLM double up, get their second kill of the game. They'll be more than happy with the way things have gone today. Looking to set a new record here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup and get above 70 points in a given night. Fury gone. Bit of an up and down kind of night for them, but 37 points, they'll take it for the first night. Bot Blue, last one of life for FW, just sprays the doorway, expecting them to run straight in, but from behind, Rapsiak Esports up to 4 kills, looking for that double-digit milestone that they would be seeking to get. And the revive on the 6, 7, 8, 9 should be able to come through with really no one to stop this. So 4 kills for Rapsiak, they go to 9. Vinasu gets shot at by Thanawa. It's again just sort of stat padding a little bit as Riz with a knock on to Tambu. It's all of the same old in this final game, as has been the case for the night. Purple Mood, Armory Gaming, Terratom 5. Those 3 teams from Thailand have absolutely dominated.
What a steal from RXE. They'll take that compound any day of the week. Not really a compound known for high kill counts, but in a circle like this, you'll take it because it's central and it means you get to live until most likely a top 8 situation. Riz being a menace up here, as Armory Gaming have been for the entirety of this game, really. They've been controlling this very well. To be fair, they haven't really been pressured. No one's pulled up in a spot that was hard for Armory to deal with, but they haven't lost anyone. They've been very steadfast in holding this spot. Been very disciplined as well. EXO, I need them to do well. Not only for my bias, but these guys need to claim #1 in OS. Absolutely need to claim #1 in OS.
Oh.
So, I guess NG is their first target, but look at Hakai. He's very silent in that ridge. Yeah.
I don't know. I think it could be Jame time.
Dude, Jame time is when he saves, okay? This guy's not saving. This is him going out there.
He's doing everything at the moment in the first 16 minutes. Shanks full throttle. Sending it with Riz. In front of him is Sololzi of Server. Shots firing off into the distance. It's classic Miramar. Sololzi now just getting peppered. He's going to have to get out of this vehicle. Shanks with the AUG. He managed to actually just stay in it.
Yeah.
My man's he's got no fear. Dead though.
Well, yeah. Good effort. He'll lose it out though. I mean, his car blows up on top of a hill. That's worst case scenario. Could get down there. Maybe he could have found a ridge. I know there's a couple of ridges down there. He could have probably lived that and just used that car as cover if it hadn't blown up, but it did blow up.
35 points. Not bad. Again, no high mass. I think you kind of take that.
If you're in Cerberus, FW, or Fury situation, you are pretty happy. It means you can go back to the drawing board, look at what you've done wrong, and you're in a solid spot to take a top 3 position.
Yeah, and the way I would look at this as well, intrinsically, is that, you know, the AGs, your Purple Moods, good night from them, but they've not shown that they can do this 3 more nights in a row. So are they going to be able to go 63 points again tomorrow? Probably not. So that does kind of then leave room for you to improve, and also then for the mean average to come back down for the opponents around you. Kung Fong Du just barely dodging that frag grenade. Another one thrown from High Command. EXO need the points.
Nice.
And they need that knock to be converted into a kill. FAP is on the move for New Generation Esports to push up to the compound. They're going to go absolutely head-to-head here. Bit of help from Hatsuwa from Theraton 5. Obviously, EXO trying to get a bit of an angle here. Double push to the back. And FAP, though, watches the window. Monty does get the knock. Can he get the second? Yes, he can. Ooh. Needed Monty to pop off there. Hiker got caught. Hakai, the last one alive now for New Generation Esports. Nade falls flat, falls short. Hiker gets around the corner. He can stay alive, and they know where Hakai is. And it is Jame time as well. Admit it, Russell.
Absolutely. All right, I'll admit it. It's Jame time. It's gone down Jame time, and he's gone down.
And it's been
flushed as well. I wonder how many people... I wonder how many people understand that reference. By the way,
as soon as you said it, he dies immediately. Oh, well, he did more than enough by himself. Here comes that guy, sword on shotgun, and he can't get the kill onto Monty. Monty stands tall, prone in the end, but he got the big double earlier on, gets the final kill. 3 of the 4 members, and they absolutely needed that one. A bit of a reprieve for EXO Clan.
Yeah, and still, even with that, they're only 20 points in 12th. It's close, yeah, sure, to get themselves up there, but not good enough. Riz, though, meanwhile, in the kill feed, popped off on his own. 3 kills to his name. Can't remember who he took out, but he'll get it done. And there's Dynasty as well. This Armory Gaming team, everyone can do it. Everyone can get it done. Everyone can pop off. These nades are perfect. Not only will Buriram combine with Armory Gaming to get it done, Dynasty's still alive. He's going to get the hell out of here, take one of those ridges that Cerberus probably could have taken. You're hoping that the tire doesn't get popped on that car. It's Dynasty's lifeline at the moment. He will get out of there. Whether he'll find a spot, it's survivable. Well, I guess it's no longer a question. He's going for Thanadol's position, but it's occupied, it's taken, it's Thanadol.
No way.
Don't get away with this. Yeah, T5 there. Also, with the backup, they wouldn't let Thanadol die just that easily. Especially not a play like that, sending them at T5 with a blown up car. Good effort from AG. That was really good.
As soon as he's able to just get out of the vehicle, gun up, suddenly it just changes the dynamic.
Anxiety.
There.
Yeah.
Well, 11 kills for Armory Gaming, a significant night for them. 58 points, and firmly builds a platform for the rest of the grand finals. But Purple Mood have got a bigger platform, as they've still got 4 players up, 4 kills this game. First place locked in for them as well to close out the night. And now they've got themselves a bit of a destiny with Theraton 5. Danawal, though, he lives that. When it's your night, it's your night. I think other nights, Pat and Pong would have got that kill. But he allows Danawal to get away. Here comes Esquilugia, the definition of a send. Flash to go out, nades everywhere that they're just avoiding. It's like the Matrix for Purple Mood tonight.
Let's go in. No conversion, though. They're on the side of the hill they can utilize for the moment. Some of the players are even in here, although it's not pretty. They'll be very tucked in up against this blue, and you have to think about Buriram on top of that hill. Purple Mood can get away with this right now because Buriram is fighting RXE. That's the only thing allowing Purple Mood this freedom right now. Danawat, I feel like you should be looking that way, my friend. You got a priority in front of you. T5 are holding down the compound. You need to have any chance of not only surviving in this game, but winning it too. Smokes need to go out. You need to push these buildings. They're taking their time, I suppose, because they know that fight's happening, but that fight's going to be over soon enough, and Purple Mood need to make this push.
Yeah, I think you're giving T5 the respect, though, that they probably deserve. You don't want to over-aggress, and then you start to clear buildings. Someone gets knocked by a shotgun. I think this is okay. And clearly, they've played really well tonight, so they're all kind of on the same page. No one's getting antsy. No one's over-aggressing. There's no solo push. They've got already all of this kind of backside covered anyway. I don't think they're too worried about one or two members of Buriram left up on the hill. I mean, Norja's just been knocked anyway by Monty, so there's no real threat. So that means there's no real rush. Phase 6 circle shift though, and now this is no longer in. And what's interesting is because they haven't pushed into the compound, it's not like they've fought over it. Now they can try and maybe look to wrap around the other side of and gatekeep T5 as they eventually now need to come out of this compound.
Yeah, I was wrong. They didn't need to make the push. You're absolutely right. They can definitely skirt it. Go around the outside, like you said. That zone's really rough for a couple teams, but EXO's loving life. Hiker's trying to finish off Buriram. He's in a solid spot as well. Has this whole ridge to play with and a cart to use for cover if he ever has to go deeper down that ridge. Purple Mood, they're choosing to make this push. They'll do some damage to X-Men in the background as well. Their night continues to be worse. Purple Mood up against the cars, pushing into the lower floors. They got to get these trades off. Combine, sit as 2, sit as 3. Just make sure you can actually secure that trade. But I mean, look, the pace of both these teams right now indicates to me, Purple Mood especially, that they're happy to just sit here, let the blue do its thing, and just get as many kills as they can, and not even bother with this next zone, which, to be honest, is fair enough. That next zone is really rough. I don't think either of these teams are going to win. Yeah, those vehicles might be able to do it. If they wanted to get in front, there is that low ridge to play, and I think Purple Mood have played this perfectly. I was wrong. They didn't need to push. They've got cars to play with, and they're going to get in front of T5.
Good spray from Tanoa, but up close to his left side. Oh, I thought he was almost going to get Patton Pong. That was close. Too close for comfort. Pulls out the mini to get the flush for Patton Pong. 6 kills down for Team 5. Tanoa goal, but Thunders were still here in the garage. They had no idea. They thought that they completely vacated the area. That Tanoa stayed as an anchor. But Thunders was also still there. 5 kills for Thunders. And T5 down to the solo.
Oh my god.
And Thunders will die though. Actually, to the solo of T5 in Thanatol. And Axo from here. Is this the game for them? They've already got themselves out of the bottom 4, 26.7 kills. Talk about closing the night off, and you can thank Monty for those earlier efforts as the reason why they are here. Flucky with the knockout of that vehicle onto Upchen. Monty just can't steal it. He died so quickly. The combination of Flucky and Escalucia after that push down for Purple Mood. Don't count out PLM, but EXO, they've got zone control. And they've got numbers.
That it all as well in the picture.
Nice,
Monty's still dealing damage. Historically, one of the nuttiest players in the region. Showing it too. I believe he came back for fun for one of the previous tournaments last year and just dominated. Shows the caliber of player he is. Escalusia will eventually fall. Thanadol showing himself. He's got a shack to play with, but he's got to be careful. You don't want to give this up. A second is in the future for Thanadol, especially with just Sophia up. This is surely EXO's game. That spray's not pretty, but from this distance, I don't blame it. Take your time, pull out the DMR, get it done, and secure it. And now it's just Thanadol capable, yes. But in a spot like this, taking as much damage as he has, you can bet his 2 vest is as dead as it can be, and yeah, he's going to end it himself. The Molly will do it, and EXO push themselves up very far up that leaderboard with a nice 10-kill win.
Yeah, really well earned for EXO Clan. They had to fight their way quite a lot throughout that game. You think back to the earlier fight at the compound where Monty was able to get a massive double kill, changed the course of that game. I thought maybe for a split second as Hiker pushed up, he goes down. If Monty goes down there as well, they don't get anything remotely close to what they got from this match. Massive performance from Monty and EXO Clan. They get the win, and they were in the bottom 3 coming into this game, now into the top 7. So I guess this is the thing. That top spot, Purple Mood, AG in second. Yeah, they've got a huge amount of points, but everyone else is still in reach. Even going into tomorrow night now, if you're an X-Men, for example, if you're Unicorn Cyber, if you're QC, all it takes is one game like that, and you are going to leapfrog quite a few teams, Russ. So you can't be too downtrodden by the end of the night for the teams that did struggle a little bit tonight. And obviously for EXO Clan, they clearly were able to kind of keep the mental fortitude strong going into the last game. Had a couple of good moments. Monty popped off, and they were able to turn that into a win from 15 points over the whole night into then 35 points now into the whole night. So that 20 points in one game was better than their first 5 games.
Yeah, I'm glad they had that game as well. It's probably necessary to prove to themselves that they can get that done. Throughout the entire rest of the night, I thought that they looked like they couldn't get anything done. Every time they were in a spot, it seemed like they just couldn't get the necessary kills, or at least their players weren't in positions to get the kind of space that they needed. I don't know. I can't put my finger exactly on what was wrong with EXO tonight, but something was certainly wrong. They definitely weren't playing like themselves. They weren't playing like their glass cannon selves. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they got that last game. Monty popped off, put some confidence back into them. Which, I mean, look, EXO at their peak, they can deal some damage in a lobby like this.
Let's go to the leaderboard at the conclusion of night number 1 here for the grand finals. Purple Moon 72 points, smashing by 2 points the record that was set back at the group stage by Theraton 5 and Q Confirmed. They go above the 70, up to 72 in a very stacked lobby. It was all that Thailand dominance until kind of the last game. FW dropped out of that top 8. QC could never really find their way into it. Armory Gaming, Theraton 5 though. In terms of the top 3, they very much set the lobby alight. Newhouse, some good moments. They obviously got the win on Erangel to begin with and kind of kept pace. It did quite well. Buram there, and obviously Fury had a good start to the night, maybe not the best close to the night. And as you can clearly see, Ross, actually the worst placement points came from Fury out of the top 11.
Jeez, actually, yeah, not even double digits for placement points. That's kind of wild coming from Fury, a team that can usually put themselves in that end game. You know, do that at least. But yeah, I mean, look, dude, I'm looking at X-Men. That's I mean, out of all these teams right now, I think about the upcoming 18 games and I go, okay, anything can happen. You know, the gaps right now that we see between Armour Gaming and Purple Mood, that'll probably change, that'll probably be bridged, and new gaps will be formed. But X-Men, I think that the caliber of players on that team, they cannot have a night like this. And I mean cannot, because even though these gaps will change and there's 18 games left and there's so much that can happen, there's a massive point buffer between X-Men and where they should be.
Yeah, and look, they're not the only ones. Obviously, Unicorn Cyber, QC, NGE, Strange Knight, 22 kills, 0 placement points is a bit of a strange one. But, you know, clearly those teams, the good news is that we've still got a lot of games to get through, right? Still 18 matches. And look, obviously you're going to have a very big couple of performances. You essentially have to kind of emulate the night that Purple Mood had. I'm going to be completely honest. I think a lot of those teams probably can. I could see an NGE having like a 60-point night, for example, Russell. So, look, that one in the books for what is a very stacked grand final lobby here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. I'll quickly get your thoughts, Ross, and we'll look to then close things out.
I thought it was going to be a hot start from the on-paper top teams, but it wasn't. They had a slow start, and the teams that probably honestly came out here with a lot more to prove, they were the ones with the hot start. They were the ones that really tried. They were the ones who really popped off. And we got some wacky action tonight, man. Some really wacky action. We got some good action too. Some highlights from individuals, some wacky action, some insane kind of luck moments, some rare moments that you don't usually see. If this is night 1, what the hell is night 2, 3, and 4 going to be like? I'm very, very keen.
Yeah. Night 2, of course, tomorrow night, so don't miss it. We will be back for the PUBG Asia Super Cup, and hopefully we'll see you there. We started off with an absolute banger, had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's 1. That's 2 there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza, it's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant, right spotted, top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam!